ready to go. Just make sure the cat's downstairs. One of them's sleeping in the little cat bed. Just position this a bit better. There we go. That should be better now. Hello and welcome to a new live stream. I'm not going to call it a series, just a new live stream. This is for Animal Crossing New Horizons, and this is something I've been wanting to do for years, but I've never felt happy enough with my island to do this. But I've been working a bit on my island this last week, and I decided now is the time, after 5 years of working on this island, to finally showcase what I've been doing on my Animal Crossing's New Horizons save file. We've got a lot to cover. Just checking everything's running alright, and then we can begin. I also want to just fiddle with something a second. Bear with me. So.
Normal bug.
Oh, sorry. Just checking something here. Sorry. This will make sense in a moment what I'm doing. Hopefully, if I get it to run right. If not, we will just get on with it. Oof. I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I decided I wanted to play Animal Crossing because I put a little poll up after my last live stream, and I got one response which said someone was interested in seeing an Animal Crossing live stream. So this goes out to that person who voted on my poll, and it got me interested as well because I haven't looked at my Animal Crossing island in a few months, and I looked at it and I thought, oh, I could be doing so much more. There's so much more I could be doing. And I figured now would be the best time to do a live stream of it. Just making sure everything's working alright. Bear with me a moment here. Where are you, Google? Again, this will all make sense in a second. Well, I am taking so long to start because I need to test something out. And I can't do it without being live to know if this is going to work, because I've never done this before. But if it does work, then I have just found my little trick to help, which will be a big help for this particular stream if I could get it to work. Let's see if I could do this. If it doesn't work, I'll be able to do something really cool here. Let's see. Let's So right now, the game should still be showing. Right. If the game's not showing, then I will just leave this. This might not work, actually. Yes. Oh, OBS, don't mess with me. Yeah. Is the game showing or not on the live stream? Let me make sure this is all running alright. Last thing I need is the game not to be on. Otherwise I'm just going to do this as my... Let me get rid of this for a second. Alright, that should all be fun. Alright, I was trying to see about a way I can show images while I'm playing the game, but I can't find a good way to do it right now. I just want to do a test, and then we'll get on with this. And if this doesn't work, then I'll just leave it. Let's see what happens. Oh, controller's gone off. Yeah. Hold on. Alright, there should now be a little image in the corner of my stream. If I've done this correctly. Possibly. Let me just test this. If I've done this correctly or not. And if it's not, then I'll still need to fiddle about with this a second longer. Okay. So that should now let me do this, what I want to do. And if this is the case, it may just take a minute here of setup. But this will be worth it, I promise, and it will make doing this a lot easier than just explaining everything. I mean, I'm going to be explaining everything anyway, but doing it this way will make things much more clear. So right now, the image should not be showing. It should be gone. Is that the case, or is it still there? Let's see. Okay, I think I've got a way this is going to work. I'm also going to need probably should have done this before I started, but you know what? We're learning. Every stream is a learning experience. Alright. Okay. I'll do this for the first couple and then I'm just going to jump into it because I've been waiting long enough. Sorry by the way everyone, just wanted to make sure I get this. Test this out. Let's go. Okay. So right now, unless I am mistaken, there should only be the actual game right now showing. Alright, let's jump into it, because I've waited long enough, made you all wait long enough. Nearly 20 minutes of a stream just to set up. Let's go. With Animal Crossing, New Horizons. I'm just going to skip the usual introductory thing on Isabel will be talking about. Just to talk over what the basis of this island is. So, as the title of this stream suggests, this is an Animal Crossing island that is built up almost entirely out of referencing the game The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Now, if you've never played Wind Waker, a lot of this will be lost on you. But I'm going to try my best to provide visuals to help out. And of course, I'm playing this on Bunny Day itself, which I'm not very interested in. But I'm going to do my best to explain everything as clearly as I can. Try my best to get some visual aids. I'm still sort of new to this. So, I will just have to do things as I go along. And while I normally would start at the entrance of my island, it makes more sense for me to start at the top, work my way down the island. You can sort of see bits and pieces already, but I'll explain things more in detail as we go along. I will also say not everything on this island is Wind Waker based. The main theme was to get all 48 islands from the game The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker onto this one Animal Crossing island, which I have managed to do, just about. But I also had other little bits and pieces I wanted to put on the island, so they're also around my island. But yeah, so apologies if this is a more technical sort of video, like, or if there's any like issues, but yeah, let's just jump into it. So, as with all great games, we have a great villain, Ganondorf, the big baddie of Zelda. So, as you can see here, I've got two custom pattern outfits. We've got Ganondorf's outfit right here from Wind Waker, and we have Phantom Ganon, who is a mini boss you fight, and he is like a ghostly version of Ganondorf. And I found these designs online, which I thought were just perfect, and I put them right in front of this tower because our first island of the game up here, if this works, and if it does, this will look so snazzy. But boom! Is the Forsaken Fortress. As you can see, I have tried to make like a tower like structure here. See if I can put it anywhere a little bit neater. I just wanted to give like a quick visual for everyone to be able to see for a second. Put it up there for now. So you can see we've got the tower and everything, with some spotlights. There's a nest as well with a bird, so that's why we have. It's going to be a bit awkward to do, but bear with me, the flashing on and off. So that's why we have this little bird cage right here, and that is to reference the big bird that's at the top. You might have to squint a little bit to see, but right at the top of the tower there's a little bird in the nest, which is the Helmarok King, one of the bosses in the game. So that's why I have the little bird cage and the nest for him, and we put a little heart banner to say, you got a heart piece, congratulations for defeating it. You also get a skull hammer. So I figure, since there's no hammer item in this Animal Crossing, I thought a spooky wand would be a good way to reference that. You could also see it as a way to reference Phantom Ganon himself using dark magic for his attacks. And these little devil horns are round here to reference the little mini Bulin, which is the name of a little imp enemy you fight in Zelda. They're these little annoying pitchfork guys, and they have the little devil horns, and they go when they're coming up to you. So I figured that was a good way to show them off. If we go back to the picture of the island itself for a second, you can see all these searchlights around, pointing in different directions, basically acting as like a big watchtower. Just make it a bit bigger for a second so you can get an idea of what it looks like. So there's the island, it's all rocky, we've got like stone around. There's a wooden door at the front as well, which I'll go into in a second. We're surrounded by the sea, of course. It's a big, imposing tower. And inside there's also prison cells and things like that. So, to reference the watchtowers, we have a few watchtowers of our own. Some desk lights for the searchlights. And I figure having a little bokoblin image right here, you can see the enemy guarding it. These are like the little enemies that would guard the little watchtowers. And they would look out for any intruders. So I thought, I'll put them all up here. I've done this as cobblestone, just to reference, it's just to be sort of similar to the sort of pathing. You're kind of restricted on Animal Crossing with the beach to how much you can customize. So you really have to work with like custom patterns and things. But I thought this looks like an imposing fortress. That's basically what this is going for. And I've given him a little stick because you lose your sword when you first come here. And so you have to fight the enemies with the whatever sticks and things you can find around. So I figure putting a little nice branch right here would work to show the stick. And over here, I've put a cannon because throughout the fortress, there's cannons that shoot and blast away at you, at the pirate ships when you're trying to, and your boats when you're trying to enter the island. But yeah. So I figure doing it as a like a sentry wave would work. With the cannon pointed outwards, so it's like looking out for any ships out at sea. I could have pointed it other ways, but it's very big and bulky, so I figured this is probably the easiest way to do that. Now you notice here we've got 2 jail cells, and in this one we've got 3 little outfits. We've got a pink dress, I guess you could call it like an olive green sort of dress, and a blue one. So the blue one in the middle is supposed to represent Link's sister, Ariel. Someone made this custom pattern online. Wonderful design. Let me see if I can get the name up actually while I'm here, because they're all in my custom patterns. You can see I've got loads of different custom patterns saved for different things. Some of them are for my own character outfits and things, and others are for situations like this. If I can find, there it is at the top. Yeah, okay. It doesn't have the name of the person, but yeah, you can find it online on the Pro Design online interface. But I figured it was perfect to put her here. Originally she was on her own, but in Wind Waker there are 2 other girls captured, which I figure I'm going to put them here. The 2 other girls. You have the rich and the poor girl, and they actually swap after prison, so you'll see their outfit, a different outfit later on when I showcase Windfall Island. We've got a lot of islands to show, so let's keep the pace going. Right here we've got a cutout of a moblin. Now unfortunately they don't have the Wind Waker moblin design online, but I figure the cutouts here are so good. I just had to get one for my island, and I think it showcases the enemies really well. It's a fun way to have a moblin still around. Now I've put another prison cell here with a little heart piece, but you'll notice unlike the big heart, this one's only a small little piece, not a full container. And that's because throughout Wind Waker you find different heart pieces as well as the full containers from the bosses. So the big hearts will be for all the bosses, and the little blue ones are for all the little heart pieces you find around the world. So right here there's one in a prison cell, which there are a bunch of barrels, so that's why I've put a barrel here, and behind one of the barrels is a light switch. Well, not a light switch, in this case this is just a cube light that has a custom pattern. But you stand on these switches, and these switches activate, they open up the doors. I could have shut the door, but I figure I want people to be able to like walk around my island, so this was sort of how I've done that. And finally, there's also the little rats that you find in the prison area of the Forsaken Fortress. So for that, I have put a little hamster cage right here. And the hamster cage, I figure was a good way to show a rat because it's like a little black creature. And I've put a little blue ornament on the top because that represents the little bombs. I think they look quite close to the bombs in Wind Waker, which are like little blue. They're small and blue. And then we've got right here a little wooden panel, which is to reference the door. So if I just show one more time the Forsaken Fortress. So right at the front, you might not be able to quite see it, but between the 2 searchlights at the front, there's a little brown door which you're supposed to use your cannon to destroy. And I feel like it was such an interesting feature that I wanted to try and show that somehow. I have thought about putting like an anchor somewhere on here, but I liked the idea of having it walled off on the beach. So maybe I could get an anchor or 2 since there are like hanging anchors, but I don't think it's the most important piece of the island. Like to me, what I'm going for with this and the whole island in general is to just capture the essence of each island as best as I can. But yeah, so this is the Forsaken Fortress, my first of 48 islands. Yes, we have all 48 islands, and yes, I'm going to show them all in this stream. So get comfy, we're going to have a lot of time in this stream to go through it all. So I'm just going to set up the next one. But yeah, so that's our first island right there. Now, thankfully, we don't have to travel far for my second island. I should also mention, while I'm doing this, The placement of my islands, I tried my best to put them similar places to the map. So, for example, the Forsaken Fortress is right in the top corner of the entire overworld. So it's like right at the top corner of the map. So I made sure this was the very first top corner map. But yeah, so that is the Forsaken Fortress, our first of many maps. Bear with me, I am getting map number 2 ready. So, okay. So we're going to ignore this for a second. This one there, I'll explain why. This right here is island number 2. This, ba-boom, is Star Island. Much easier to show here because it's a smaller island with less details. And the image is also much clearer. But here we are. So Star Island right here, obviously is in the shape of a star. Now, Animal Crossing works on a square grid basis. So unfortunately, creating perfect circles is kind of difficult to do, as is making good edges. So to try and compensate for that, I've just tried to use a little grass tile to make it clear this is an island. So we've tried my best to make it star shape, but the idea of it is there are 6 rocks you can blow up. So I've put 6 little stone areas here, some tablets, some small rocks. I've used stools to reference the fact that right here, if you look carefully at the image, there's big boulders and small boulders. So I've really tried to be as detailed as I can with this. And just to make it clearer that it's Star Island, I've put a couple stars just to help out, make it clear what this island is. There's no actual stars in the game, it's only named after the shape. But just because I can't quite get the shape perfect on a beach, since you can't raise or lower the height of your beach, I've decided to just put some stars to make that clearer. Not much to say here. We've got a little heart container here. Heart piece, sorry. This blue one's heart piece. And we have a little plant guy here, the Korok. So if I just make the image bigger for a second, you can see right here in the middle, there's a little plant guy with a little plant. Little plant guy. A little Korok. So those will be on every island where there are Koroks. So I shouldn't need to cover it, I might just quickly say there's a Korok, but that's about it. But yeah, I tried to put them on all the correct islands, all the correct places. But yeah, that's Star Island. I will also say, just to quickly cover it, I've also put next to all islands the little horse mackerel and a painting set. Because there are the little fishmen in Wind Waker that map off your island. So you go to an island, you chuck some bait in the water, it draws the fish, the little blue fish, who then paints the piece of the map onto your map. So he'll put the island onto your map and then he'll give you a little hint. And I figure the best way to show that off is put a horse mackerel and some painting and a painting set there. So that's why we have the horse mackerel. Simple little visual storytelling there. Just for one more quick look. So there's the original, and this is my Star Island. Yeah, you could. I could have done the sand instead of the corners, but I wanted to try and keep the sand, where the blue big rocks are. But I wanted to try and make the grass help shape the island, so that's why I didn't just get rid of that. But there we go. So that's island number 2 done. Some of the islands will be very simple, and some of them will be a lot more complex to talk about. But yeah, so that's number 2. Now, for our next island, we kind of have to go a little out of the way here. So, I could talk about this as I'm going to the islands instead of having to go back and forth. But the problem with that is, I mean, you can see while I'm talking about things what I'm going for, but I feel like there's so much detail, and I just figure it's easier for me to just go to where the islands are on the Wind Waker map, so we don't miss any islands, and you can check them off bit by bit. And I'm going, if you get the Wind Waker map up, I'm going across. So Forsaken Fortress is A1, so I go to A1. And then I go across to B1, which is Star Island. So I'm going across from my islands, as opposed to going downward. But I've tried my best to sort of get a balance where my islands are between down... If there, say, for example, right below Forsaken Fortress, there is an island between Star Island. But Star Island is right next to Forsaken Fortress in Wind Waker. So I've tried to do my best to map it out. Basically, the idea I've gone for is, unless the island is too big and has too many features, where the spacing won't make sense, I have tried my best to put it close enough to the spot where it needs to be. Don't mind the balloons, they're going to be mostly Bunny Day things, so I'm not interested in Bunny Day. But anyway, this is now C1, Northern Fairy Island. So we have lots of fairy islands on the island, and as we go through the islands, it'll get quicker and quicker to talk about them, since a lot of the islands are very copy and paste. But just bear with me on these first few islands, because they're going to be very explainy to get into them. Whereas others you can just sort of see what I've gone for, or I can just talk about them without having to keep getting an image up for them. But this is Northern Fairy Island. Now, all the fairy islands are shaped in heart shapes. So, my wonderful girlfriend helped shape my fairy island as close as possible as you can as a heart. Bear in mind all the extra space and everything for other islands that I've got. So, that's what we've got here. And inside each fairy island, we have, well, a great fairy. So, we've got a lovely image of the great fairy at the back. And we have a fairy fountain, which I've used a glowing moss pond, because I think the glowing effect and the magical water just looks so good for it. And you can interact with that. So I quite like that. I've also put post boxes, as you can see here, which is a steel... what is it? It's a steel bin, but it's customized to be red. And then I put a little letter icon custom pattern on the front, because you can also put a custom pattern on there. I got this idea online because I saw someone did a small version of Wind Waker Island, and I really liked the post boxes because I've never seen that done before. So if you want to know that little trick, there you go. I believe it's a steel bin. It's something like the steel bin, and you can customize it, and you can put a custom pattern on the front as well as the colour. So that gives you almost a one-to-one of the Wind Waker post boxes. I don't think I'll get much of a closer image, but I'll try my best. So you can see the little red on there, that's the post box. There's 2 palm trees. However, just due to space, and because I've had issues with some of my trees, just trying to get the trees to shape right with the island, I have gone for 1 tree here. It also lets you move around and be able to interact with the fairy island. So you'll notice there may be some inconsistencies here and there. But yeah. And finally, I've put in front of one of the coconut trees a little custom pattern of some choo-choos, which are the little blob enemies that you fight in the game. Because they show up on certain islands, and I figure it's a fun way to get some Zelda enemies in. And I've done the little conch, the shell partition here, because the entrance of the fairy island, as you saw in the image, it has a shell. Basically, it's in like the whole island fairy fountain base place is like a conch shell. So I've used these shell partitions to sort of show that off. But yeah, so that's Northern Fairy Island. I won't show images of all the fairy islands just because of time, and they're all basically the same shape. Just get rid of these weeds while I'm here, while we make our way to the next island. But yeah, certain islands like the fairy islands, I'll just show once the image, and then the rest of them you can sort of get a feel for what we're going for. So over here on our next island, we have a very plot important island that took me ages to figure out how to fit this one on. Gale Island. Let me just get that up. So yeah, we're going to be using a lot of images for this one, because just to help visually get across what I'm going for. So just show this off here quickly. So this is Gale Island in Wind Waker, what it originally looks like. So you've got some palm trees, you've got these little orange things, or leaves, that are on the floor, like a little pile of leaves. There's also a stone statue of an octopus that blows wind, which pushes them out. And this big tower thing here is the dungeon, which is all about wind puzzles. You get the hook shot inside, which lets you grapple to different wooden platforms and target platforms. And then the boss is a giant sandworm called Morgera. So here's how I've tried to represent it. So we've got the little leaf pile here. We've got a coconut tree. We have a bubble machine, which was my girlfriend's idea to move this from my house because it makes for something visual that's blowing wind rather than just using a fan. And I quite like it as a fun idea. We've got an octopus, and then I've put a little standee here of, I think his name's Fado of the Kokiri's tribe. He's like one of the two spirits that was guarding the temple, was a temple guardian. There's another one on the Headstone Island, which is right at the bottom of my island. But yeah, I found this custom pattern of him, and I found one of the other sage as well, and I thought they were just wonderful to put onto my island as a little visual way to have the characters be there. I couldn't do anything better myself. You'll also notice there's two cauldrons right here. So what are they for? Well, in Wind Waker, there are two pots. Well, there's actually three. Three pots in Wind Waker that you can jump inside of, and they'll teleport you. There's a green one at the start of a dungeon, a blue one in the middle, and a yellow one at the end. So I've gone for a green one at the start of the dungeon and a yellow one for the end, using cauldrons, since they give a similar smoke effect to those cauldrons in Wind Waker. I didn't put the blue one because, to me, I never really used the midpoint teleports, and I didn't think it was very interesting. I think having just two is enough for each dungeon. So that'll be in all the dungeons. I forgot to put a... tell you what, we can do a quick little thing here. I actually did just realise I've forgotten to put a heart piece here. So I should probably put that here. There's a way I can also show my different patterns and things we've got. So you can see I've gone through a lot of different things, which will all make sense as we go around. So look forward to that. But yeah, so this is our little heart container for this island. And the little sandworm here with a moray on top is to represent Morgera, the sandworm boss. I've gone for like a garden eel and a moray because I originally just had the moray and I didn't think it really showed very well. So I figure the best way I can do, like, I can show the boss is with a moray eel statue because I like the big worm. But I figure the small sandworm also gets across that it lives inside of sand, which is also why I've put the path here as sand as well on this side, while this is stone to represent the entrance of the dungeon, and the stone octopus, which is also on top of a stone stool, to do my best to represent that. Some of this beach here is for the oasis, which I'll get to later, but the rest of this here is also for the start of the island is on a beach, so it's sand and then onto stone. Let's shot. Okay, this isn't a bunny balloon. I'm going to just pop this a second, see what we get. When I find my slingshot. When I find my slingshot. Oh my god. There we go. So I've tried my best to make my island something you can move around in and get around okay, but also still have... Ooh, a cruiser bike, that's cool. I have like the Wind Waker storytelling going on. But just for one more visual indication, this is Gale Island in Wind Waker. Give you a little look there for a second. And then, this is my Gale Island. Like I say, I've had to make some islands very small just because of space, and other islands are bigger because I figure visually they're more interesting for storytelling. they tell more of a visual story. So, for example, I didn't figure I needed to really go huge on like, you know, like an island like Gale Island. Yeah, it's a story island and it has that going for it, but I don't really think it was the most, oh my god, I really need this island, I really need this done like this. Like, I don't need like loads of space to do it. That's what I'm trying to say. You can also walk in the leaves, I should also mention that. But yeah, so that's my Gale Island. Now, if we go across literally next door, which works well for the mapping location, 1-to-1, right next to the Gale Island, we have Crescent Moon Island, which, very small island. I've gone for something a little different here, but also still trying to be similar. So, here we have it, Crescent Moon Island, right here. You can see, not much to say, it's a stone island with, in the shape of a crescent moon. So how do we make that interesting? You'll notice there's a chest in the middle. Oh, you might not be able to notice because it is kind of tiny. In the middle of the island, there's a little wooden chest in the middle. Trust me on that. So what I've gone for is I've used sewing boxes to represent the chests because you can interact with them like this. Open it up, there's a chest, close it, there you go. I also put a crescent moon on here because I feel like if I'm going to make it Crescent Moon Island, it's going to be Crescent Moon Island. I'm going to use the Crescent Moon chair. I just think it's perfect for that. But Crescent Moon Island has a special purpose in Wind Waker, as it's one of the random islands, well, not random, but it's one of the specific islands that the ghost ship can show up. And the ghost ship is a spooky little ship, as you can see in the picture back here, that goes around the ocean at night on certain islands. And once you have the ghost ship chant located on Diamond Step Island later on, which I'll go into, sorry about that, a little technical hiccup there. Diamond Step Island's much further down, but once you get the map from there, you're able to go inside the ghost ship and acquire a piece of the Triforce, which I have tried to represent with star fragments, but I've also just put a little Triforce symbol on the floor to be like, oh look, you got a Triforce piece. But I figure the music box was really good here because when you get near the ghost ship, it plays like an ominous bit of music that lets you know, oh, the ghost ship's here. Yeah, so a very simple island, this one. Crescent Moon Island there. Animal Crossing Crescent Moon Island right here. So, yeah. So, like I say, some islands are more detailed than others. And other islands are more extreme. But, like I say, I've tried my best to try and just do what I can with an island. Like, sometimes it needs sprucing up with something more interesting, and other times the island is interesting enough without it, and so it's all about capturing every little detail. And this is an example of an island that I can't really say Crescent Moon Island is one of my favourite islands in Wind Waker. It's pretty forgettable, all things considering, but I figure it at least does tell a bit of a story. And I figure it was the best island to use for the ghost ship of the ghost ship islands. But yeah. So now I'm going to go up past my house, which I will talk about all of this later. Believe me, I'm not ignoring the big island, the big parts because they're not interesting. I'm ignoring them because there's a lot to cover here. So right over here, in this scramble of random things, we have 7 Star Isles. And it is indeed called 7 Star Isles, which is F1 on the Wind Waker map. Let me just get that up so you can see. 7 Star Isles looks like this. So this is the Wind Waker version. So we got, you know, you can see there's a lot of stone. Not a lot to say here. It's in the between water. There are 7 rocks in the shape of the Big Dipper, which is a constellation in the sky. And there's 2 pirate ships around. There's a bird enemy as well, which I didn't find the most interesting. But what is interesting is there are the platforms just off the map where they're like wooden platforms that you fight some magical birds that look a bit like that, but they're like magicians instead, called Wizrobes. And so, to represent those little towers, we have, around the island, these little towers. There are 3 towers right here. You climb the ladder up here. You have 1 magical bird here with his little wand. You have a 2nd magical bird, and if you kill this bird, you get a seed. So you get some, I think it's the seeds from the plant enemies you get from them. So I put a seed there. And then I've got here, you get some rupees, which I've used coins as a fun little way to show you get some sort of money item. But there's also the chest up here. There's 2 birds. And a rupee icon to represent, instead of coins, it's rupees you're getting. But I've used coins because there's no rupee item in Animal Crossing, unfortunately. But this little bit here, the 7 rocks shaped with the stars, is our 7-star island. Shaped like the Big Dipper, as you can see. I've tried to go for it as close as I can. I've also put 7 stars on it, so it's clear that this is 7-star Isle, not all the things around it. I've got a fishman there. I've also put a little squid here because you fight a big octo in the water who gives you a heart piece. He gives you a piece of heart if you defeat him. So I've put the piece of heart and the big octo. So little details like that are things to keep an eye out for around my island. Where I've snuck a little enemy in or I've put a little thing around. But yeah. So just one more little look. Not that there's much to look at, but there you go. 7-star Isles. 7-star Isles. Admittedly, the platforms, I wish you could do... There's a lot in Animal Crossing that's restrictive. So, like, I wish, for example, I'd be able to... one of the biggest things I wish I could do in Animal Crossing is be able to choose the size of platforms better and just space things out better. Because there's a lot of islands here that I've done that get squashed in, and this is an example where like the wooden platforms around my island sort of make it squashed in, which is really annoying when you're trying to space things out evenly. And it makes it really annoying when you're trying to do stuff like this and show an island and you have all this clutter in the way, because then it's confusing what you're looking at. But 7-star Islands is where the 7 little star fragments are. That's what 7-star Isles is. And the little wooden things around it are just wooden things around. They're just the wooden platforms where you fight the Wizrobes. But yeah. So, you'll be happy to know we are almost done with the top row, the first 7 islands. So, the next island, G1, our last island on the first row, is Overlook Island. So, give you a quick visual look at that first. So, this is Overlook Island. We've got water, we've got some plants on different platforms separated from each other. That's important. We've got a lot of coconut trees and a lot of grass as well to cut, because Link loves to cut grass. You can find money and things inside of them, but I didn't figure I needed to show that. Just get the idea that there's grass around. You need to use the hook shot to get up here in the game, so you can't reach it by just walking up there. So that's really important for how I've designed this. So I've tried my best to think of things like little details like that, such as how easy is an island to get into, and is there any specifics, or is there some way I could show that? There's definitely still ways I could do it better. But yeah, so how do you get on here? So it looks like there's no way up besides using your own step ladder. But I've been nice enough to put a little ladder right here at this first island. And you can shimmy your way around, get a little walk around the grass here. As you can see, you can go around there. And if you push over here, I've made sure they are exactly long enough, separate enough that you can jump across to the other island. So just like in Wind Waker, you would grapple across with your hook shot to get here. I could put an image of a hook shot up here. I could do something like that, but I figure this gets across enough that you need to do something special. I put up a couple grass standees around to make it look a bit more special. I also put it next to the platform. Just spacing wise, it's just there, so you can hop across, but the birds block you from having to come up, get to the chest reward that way. But yeah, we've got a little hole here because if I just get it back up again, as I'm talking about the image, we can get the image up, it would help. So you can see you got the little hole right here. Now this is to represent the big one, which has that stone wall between it. There's you might not be able to see it actually, but there's a little hole next to the palm tree. Believe me, it's there in the grass. You go down that hole and you get a piece of the Triforce, or a map piece in the original Wind Waker. On the Wii U version of Wind Waker, you get a piece of the Triforce instead of the map, just to save time. Now, to represent this little weird stone, let me just move it a bit closer to the middle. So you can see on that last island that we're on, there's like a weird stone wall thing that goes higher up. Well, on Animal Crossing, you can only build up to a 3rd level, and you need room behind to also put things up on a 3rd level, which is another restriction the game puts on you. So as much as I would have loved to have raised this bit up further, I couldn't find a way to do it. So what I've done is I've put a little stone wall here to represent that. But yeah, that is Overlook Island. I've put a little grass standee there as well, and a little choo-choo, because there is a little choo-choo enemy, I believe, on the top part of the island. And I put a hole over there, just... I can't remember where I put a hole up there. I think there's another little dungeon entrance on the top. But yeah, the more important thing was I wanted to just get across. Overlook Island is an island that you sort of have to jump around, and it's got one way up and one way down without using your own ladder. Like I say, if you want to use your own ladder around this island, you definitely can. But yeah, that is Overlook Island. So that is the first row of the islands done. Hooray! We're almost an hour in and we've only got 6 more rows to go. Now, as I say, things like the fairy islands, I'll only show the first one. I won't show every single fairy island because that will take too long and it's redundant. Like, they all look the same. I'll just call out details and little things if I need to. And the next island we're going to is one of the many reefs in Wind Waker. So I will show a picture of this reef, and then I will leave the rest of the reefs not shown, because, well, images. I'll show my version of it, but I won't show an image of the other reefs, because, quite frankly, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. But every island needed to be included in this massive project, and that includes the reefs, no matter how insignificant they really are, which they really are. There's not a lot to say about them. But this, right here, as I stop myself, is 4-Eye Reef. I'll let you have a little look at that for a second. So 4-Eye Reef is, as with all the reefs, they're basically just 4 platforms that you can jump onto, and they have some boats around them that try and shoot you while you're exploring them. And they're surrounded by they're all over water, so I haven't got rid of my water platform, my water panel, which is another online custom pattern you can find, and I think it looks really well for Wind Waker. But they're all on the water, and they're all surrounded by stone walls, so, you know, stone wall made perfect sense to use here. But yeah, so not a lot to say here. It's just there we go. It's just basically that. Good timing there. 4 platforms. So I've used the stone stools here to replicate the idea of the platforms. You can't jump onto them just because space-wise I couldn't make it work, but some of my other reefs you can. I didn't put the boats here just because of space. If I had more room to work with, I would do. I didn't want to use this top bit here because it's just an awkward space, this bit here. So I figure I'll just make that actual water rather than a platform. But I'll explain that more when we get to Windfall, which is the biggest part of my island. But yeah, this is the 4-eye reef. Pretty basic island, as all the reefs are. Little stone wall around it, and stone platforms. But yeah, that is A2 4-eye reef. And now we will. Oh my goodness! Sorry, I'm getting annoying ads. I don't want to deal with any of that. Thank you. No. We will be going to Mother and Child Isles next, which are actually 2 islands. They're not just one, but on the map they're counted as 1 island. So I figured rather than doing them as, you know, like, it's hard because like I could have done it as 2 separate islands, to begin with. Like, it's 1 on the map, so I wanted them connected, but technically they're 2 islands. But yeah, let's go show that off. So we've already seen Star Isle, we've already seen the reef, Forsaken Fortress up there. We'll ignore this for now. Actually, you know what, just to quickly cover it while I'm here, so we don't have to come back this way. This is the Western Fairy Island, which is directly below 4-eye reef, so I've put it down here. You get an arrow upgrade, so I put the yellow fountains as arrow upgrades to showcase that. There's fire blocking the way. This is to represent you need to use the hammer as a hammer switch to get through this. So that's why I've put like a little ring toss game, because it'd be like you hit it with a hammer. Fairies there, post box there. Not much to say. That's this, just to quickly go over it right while I'm here. This is Western Fairy Island. Let you have a little quick glance at that. It's heart-shaped. I couldn't do it on the beach because you can't really do a lot with shapes on the beach. But yeah, so that's our quick little thing of Western Fairy Island. So that's A3 covered. Alright, so let's go along here. Try not to tread on my grass. There may be some slowdown as well because my island is just that full of things that, unfortunately, my game does chug a little bit. But that is the price to pay for detail. Detail, detail, detail is the name of this island. Alright, or should I say in this case, islands. Because right here, we have Mother and Child Isles. So, there's a lot to unpack here. Let's get into it. Gotta find. Let me just quickly grab a drink. Oh. Alright. Okay, Mother and Child Isles are 2 islands. A small one and a big one. One island that you have to teleport to get inside. One island you can access by boat. So let's cover the small one first. This is Child Isles. Right here we have a little Korok, which is on the grassy bit. So we're focusing on the green part right here. So you have a little plant and a Korok. Let me just take that off so you can see the Korok a bit better. So take that off, thank you. Korok, little plant. I've also got a little Goron guy here because there are these merchants who are Gorons. I love when I have an image so I can show what the character looks like. And these guys sell different things. Normally they just give you it, but I figured to show it's a shop system, I'll put things on. I'll actually put a little stall here. Sorry, there's a noise outside. But yeah, so we've got a flower and a pinwheel because 2 of the items you can get are pinwheels and flowers that you can display around Windfall Island. So I figure that's a fun little way to represent the shop there. And then, if you notice, next to the island, there's this weird little white thing and wood. So there's a little raft with what I presume is the merchant's raft. So I've put a little skull flag there to represent that's his little raft. And I've put a little pot in the corner with our little fishman. But okay. How do we get into Mother Island, which is this one? I'm going to call it Mother Child Isle, but this is the mother part. So you can see it's walled off. You cannot get in there. You can't climb up there in any way, shape or form. You maybe can get into that top bit, but you can't go down. Because you can't use your ladder at an angle. So what do? It looks interesting there. Well, just like Wind Waker, the only way is to teleport. So let us jump into one of our many teleport pipes. So in Wind Waker, you would get a teleport song from a frog who is in a tornado. Because Zelda is weird like that. And he gives you... When you play the song, you get different teleport spots. Now, unfortunately, the only teleporting item in Animal Crossing is the pipe. Which is a cool thing, but I have to basically rely on luck to get there. There we are. But when you do get there, we have Mother Island. So I'm going to have to show this from overhead because you can't really see it very well. So we got the Queen of the Fairies right here. Someone did a wonderful job of the design for her. So unfortunately this is one of those islands that you just sort of have to look over to see. But I liked the idea that it's walled off. You have to teleport in here. So that's why I have the little tornado pattern in the pipe to teleport us. So it's like you're traveling by wind. And she gives you, as I have here, something icy and something fiery. So I've put an ice cream cone and a sparkler because, unfortunately, she gives you a fire and ice arrows for your bow. And you can't get a ice or fire arrows in Animal Crossing, believe it or not, because it's a peaceful, happy game. So the best way I can represent it instead is just put a sparkler because that's fiery and an ice cream cone that's blue because it's icy. But yeah, this is Mother Child Isles. And that's another Wind Waker Island down. I hope you're all enjoying this stream. Technical hiccups and all. I very much have a lot to say. There's a lot to this island, to put it mildly. But yeah, so Mother and Child Isle is basically... was a bit of a pain because I had to figure out the spacing for it. Oh, that's a good one. But I think overall it comes across pretty well. Like I say, I've tried my best to really capture as many details as I possibly can in my Animal Crossing island. Even if it means sometimes it's not always the most convenient for everyone traveling. So for example, you do have to jump through random teleport pipes to get to where you want to go. But we'll take any out here to go to our next one. So this is fine. Anyone who has played Wind Waker or knows a lot about Zelda may know. Oh, hello Avery. You know what, let's talk to you. What's up, Avery? No, I don't want water eggs. No, well, okay, thank you anyway. Just a couple of things on Avery quickly while he's here. I figured this was a really good villager to represent the bird people in Zelda. And I made him say "hoi" because that's sort of the greeting that some of the bird characters have. But I figured he would fit in well. Unfortunately, just due to time, although I might find a way if we have spare time at the end, not every village is going to be inside the house, so I'm not going to be able to showcase all of the houses, but I have decorated them for specific reasons. Where's my next island? I'm going way too far up. So, alright. But back to the topic at hand. Our next island is Spectacle Isle. I think it's Spectacle Isle. No, I'm pretty sure it's Spectacle Isle. I don't think it's Spectacle Isles. Let's Let's get that up. Which is one of my favourite islands that I've made. Because it feels like it really fits in with Wind Waker, with my island. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's here. So, unfortunately, I've had to put this randomly down here just because I needed a lot of space for this island. But, just to give you a quick look at the island right now, what we're going for. We've got a bridge with an arch over some sand. We've got a little crab on the beach. We've got pots going up a hill. We've got a little sign, a tree, post box. We've got a guy up there, castle wall sort of thing going, and some barrels. How do I fit that into one island? Well, here's my creative solution. So first of all, we've got a little crab, a little hermit crab. I figure he fits in well. He can enjoy his time here on this little sandy path. I needed a place for Nook's Cranny, so this does unfortunately block a bit of the image, but it's not the end of the world. It's fine. Maybe in the future I could put Nook's Cranny somewhere else. But I figure it's okay here for now. Now, unfortunately, Animal Crossing doesn't like you having bridges without water, and it also doesn't let you use bridges to, even if it's a small one, to just put over a couple cliffs. So I can't make this able to be ran under as much as I would love it. So I had to build a waterfall and some water to get the arch look for it. But I think visually, having the bridge looks better than just trying to make a bridge of my own with wood up there. I feel like it does tell at least the story, the visual story of you cross a bridge to get to the minigame. You also can't create a ramp without specific spacing, and you can't... It's very particular about ramps. So I've put a ladder here to basically act as a different version of a ramp. But we've still got our sign. We've got some rupees here. Some patterns there. We've got a pot there, which I've tried to put the rupee behind that, so it's like you're picking up from the rupee. We've got a little purse box here. Some bushes, like there is in Wind Waker, and the tree on that side. You cross over the bridge. We've got some barrels here. And there's a little ladder for a minigame. So, the guy at the top. Let's talk about him for a second. So, Salvatore right up here at the top. You can see he's got a flag, a cannon, and a little booth. So, I have gone for his little booth, a cannon, and a flag as well. And I've used some brick to try and make it look more blocky and like a castle. Because it's very bricky. I think this looks like brick. This little brown piece here. It's very brick-like to me. So I figured this would be a good way to show it. I could have put another block there, but then you wouldn't be able to stand. You wouldn't have anyone able to stand back here. And I figure, you know, it could be fun. You could come here, mess around with your friends on this island, and have just, you know, reenact the little minigame. The minigame, if you're wondering, is you basically use the cannon to aim at some barrels in the sea. So that's why the cannon is there. And he has some barrels, so we've got that there. Now, I believe as well... Yes, so there's some bushes behind the barrels, so we've put little bush standees. And I've tried to do that where I can. But wood is a material my island runs out of a lot. So, unfortunately, I've had to just use some other ways of creating bushes, or just ignore bushes at times. Just because of how much material has gone into this island. But yeah. So that's the basic idea of Spectacle Isles. So now, oh boy, now we have the big island. The island my entire island is named after. The island the villagers' songs are built around. Like, you'll notice when we spoke, if you listened carefully when we spoke to Avery, when he started speaking, he played a little tune, which is the town theme. And the town theme is Windfall Island. Windfall Island is the big town of Wind Waker. It is the island of Wind Waker. It is where most of the side quests are. It's where you meet the most characters in the game, and you go to it early on in the game to get a sail. So it's sort of like a start. It's not the starting island, but it feels like it's a starting island. Like it starts the big quest off. It gets everything going basically. So how do we replicate Windfall Island? Such a massive island. Well, originally my idea was just to make this whole island 1-to-1 Windfall and end it there. But I quickly found the size of Windfall Island is really awkward because it's big, but it's not that big. And Animal Crossing is very weird because it's both spacious and really small at the same time. So to try my best to fit all of Windfall Island in all its glory, I have separated Windfall into multiple sections. This will make sense why I've done this soon enough, but yeah. I will also say I used a mix of playing Wind Waker myself on the Wii U and constantly stopping to make notes and take pictures and get an idea of details of different islands. And I also tried my best to use other things, such as images, like as I'm doing right now, images online, to try and really get everything done. So, okay, Windfall Island. How do we show Windfall Island when it's such a big island, but it also isn't? Well, let's start at the docks. So this is the easiest place I can show, and I'm basically just going to use this one image for Windfall to talk about everything, because there's a lot to cover. So right at the bottom of the image, if you look here, near where the tree is, head a bit down there, we have the docks. A little wooden platform with a guy stood there and an archway. So what I've gone for here, we have a little picture of Link and his boat right here for where we would go. And we have right here a guy in a green top who is basically always looking out at the ocean. Tells you little things. Right here we have some like dungarees, which represent another guy. I don't have all the names of the characters on hand, by the way, so apologies, but anyone who plays Wind Waker will know the name of these. Anyone who knows the name of these characters can fill in the blanks. But this is the guy where you take a picture of him trying to secretly put in a love letter into a post box. So we have the post box right here, and I decided this is the perfect spot for my actual post box. It's a nice little place to go to. It's easy for me to remember because I know, oh, I need to go check my mail for the day. I'll go down to the docks, and it's here. Admittedly, this is also a bit of a dumping ground for my Mario stuff because I really like how the Mario stuff looked. So that's not Wind Waker related. This is just literally so I can put the Mario things around because I really like how they looked. And I put them out to sort of be like a level. You sort of go through that. Not much to say there. That's basically just there to be Mario. But we're talking about Wind Waker and we're talking about Windfall. So let's talk about this big white archway, because this has been one of my biggest issues trying to figure out how to do this island. Windfall Island would work well if Animal Crossing's island was actually smaller, or I could find a way to get everything together. But the way I spaced my island out, it just didn't come together that way, and I wanted to do more. And as I built my idea up more and more, I realised Windfall won't work as just one island. It'll work better with all the islands mixed in. So this is to replicate that archway that you go through. Don't think too hard about exact space in here, because this does go up to another bit of Windfall. However, let me explain. Let me just get the image back up. So you can see this white bit goes up through there. What would happen is you would go through there into the town. But I've put the town somewhere else, and I do show another arch to show the town when we get to it. But I've done this but what I've done here, if I just quickly show Animal Crossing again, is instead of going into the arch to go into the town, you go through the arch to go up to where the bomb shop will be and where the trees are and everything. So that's what this is. So you've got some cobblestone here, going up to a tree, goes up to this building, which is the bomb shop. So rather than heading into the town, we're heading up to the edge of the island. So that's why we've got cobblestone there to replicate the rest of the little area there. With the tree and everything. Obviously it's not one-to-one because I've had to move bits just for spacing. I'm trying to remember who that... Oh, this is the guy who's always looking up at the Windfall Island arch and really likes the decorations. This is also... There's a little island. You might not see it very well in this image here, but just off the coast of Windfall, there's a tiny beach. You can teleport, which is what the pipe's here for. And there's a little beach with a secret heart piece chest, which you can only get by turning the lighthouse on, which shines a beacon of light onto an invisible chest. Animal Crossing does not have an invisible chest, so I can't really do that here. My attempt, I guess you could say, is I've put a hedge in front so you can't see it's here until you walk here. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. Should also mention that I could have just put this as the Wind Waker water pattern, but I kind of liked the look of the water here and decided to keep it as a narrow walkway, so it's like you actually are walking between ocean. So that's why this is actually a water pattern. Unfortunately, I can't demolish the corner to then, like the edge, to actually make it link to the sea, which would have been a really cool detail. Something Animal Crossing should do. But it's not the end of the world. But yeah, so we go up here now. So I'll talk about that section in a moment. It's not to do with Windfall, it's different. Just to quickly go over this random bit here. What's this here? This is my little Disgaea section. So Disgaea, if you watched my first live stream series, is an RPG game series I really like. And I thought it'd be fun to put a few costumes over here that people have made that I really love. And this is meant to represent in Disgaea Fall as a vampire character. So I've put his outfit here. And he lives in hell, so I've got like all the fire around here, with some different Disgaea characters, and I tried to recreate like his bedroom there. I just wanted a little section for myself for that. I thought it'd be fun, and I've put some anchovies, because he really loves sardines, and unfortunately sardines aren't in this game, but anchovies are, so I figured he could just have a little pot of sardines, of anchovies rather, to replicate that. We already have that. Okay. But yeah. Hello, little sunset moth. Should I catch it? Yeah, why not? Why not? Woo! There we go. Sunset moth. While I'm catching bugs. Oh, wonderful. Net broke. While I caught that last bug. Let me just quickly show this bit off before we continue with Windfall Island. So this isn't Zelda related at all, but this is my bug area. I've put every bug in the game in this section and tried to make an outdoor museum because I love the museum in this game. I think this game has the best museum of any Animal Crossing game. Hello, world. And so I wanted to try do something with that. Just sort of show my appreciation for what they've done with the bugs in this game. Because bug catching is always my favourite thing in Animal Crossing. So, I've put here... Oh, great, he scared him. Thanks a lot, Rold. Basically, the ants are like going into the ant farm there. I've tried to do that, so that's why we have the spoiled turnip here. Despite the fact it brings my rating down a little bit. Everything else brings my rating up, so I don't think it's a big deal. I made sure to get 5 stars before I put that down as well. I love these little toy centipedes, so I've put these here. Some termite mounds. I've tried to create some models of different butterflies, so it's like you're walking into a museum bit here. I wanted to make this whole thing like you're going into like an outdoor insect museum, so I've tried to put things where I think they would make sense. Like I've got some like beehive there with some butterflies. They've got some like more like common butterflies and basic insect things around here, like you can walk around and look at them. The sign for different directions. then we've got some like water creatures around a pond here. Dragonfly model over there. We've got like a spider bit here that's like secluded as its own special thing with models of each. We've got like some more exotic weird beetle creatures there. I figured the tents would also make it look quite nice, as like bugs are sort of in different environments. I've tried to make it feel like a nice place for bugs to hang out. So that's why I've got some stumps, some things here. But yeah, this is all this. This has enough to do with Wind Waker. This is just to exhibit all the bugs. I've got some of these really cool bug house dresses you can get. Put some cicadas around here. I've moved all my fruit trees. This bit's admittedly a bit messy, but it was just to get all my trees across here. I figured I could put them around my exotic beetles. Make this sort of like a special foresty bit. It is a bit messy, this bit. I haven't fixed it up. But yeah, so that's just quickly going over that. Get rid of these weeds here. So, back onto Windfall Island, though. So, what are we doing with Windfall Island? Well, let me get the image back up so you can see. There is a dirt path that goes up a cliff to the bomb shop, and you can go behind it. So what did I do? Well, we have a dirt path right here that goes up. We have the poor man over here by the tree. Try and replicate that. I've tried to also put the paths similar. So normally this would go to the cobble bit, but obviously space-wise it didn't work. So I've just tried to put the paths in a sort of similar looking way as that. But yeah, we've got a guy here who gives you a little mini game that gives you money to just find his pigs. So I put a little piggy here because I figured it'd be a cute way to put a pig around. But this is the bomb shop. I wanted to show the bomb shop, and unfortunately she's out. I was really hoping she'd be in. But Apple has the bomb shop on my island. So the inside of a house is like a bomb. It's meant to be a little bomb shop as well. Unfortunately, Bunny Day means quite a few of the neighbours will be out for Bunny Day, which is very annoying. So I can't quite show that. But we can show the outside. So I've put little bombs. I've put a little bag there to replicate like a bomb bag. And back here we have the secret exit. You can get in. Basically, the idea is you would climb up to the back of the bomb shop and sneak inside. I tried it on a cliff. I didn't like how it looked, so I kept it down on this level to separate it more from that level. I prefer it this way. I did originally have the secret chest back here, but I felt like it didn't do much for me. I feel like I like this more. I mean, it worked fine. This was basically just to show like it's like ocean and that. I could have just done the custom pattern, but I wanted to make this more like secluded. And you'll also see this little guy here. So what's this about? Why are the little bees on the floor? Well, in Windfall Island, there are 4 little kids who hide in different spots. One child hides behind the bomb shop right here. So he is part of the killer bees. He is a child. I put a little outfit here to replicate their design, try and get across their design. Yeah, so that's the bomb shop part. Now, that's only part 1 of Windfall Island. To get to part 2, we need to go to the town next, which is the big section, and the main section of my island is this next Windfall Island part. We'll be back here in a bit. Jump across. Apologies that we are jumping around. It's just to get across what my process has been for the island. You sort of just have to go around this way. For a video like this. This is why I've put off doing a video for a while. Just because I was worried about how clear is this going to be for people. But I figure it's probably the best way I could do this. Is just go round my island and explain it all. Obviously, when you're playing Animal Crossing and you want to visit my island, you're more than happy to just simply go around as you please. This is just to get across everything in a way that makes sense to me. But yeah, so this is where the white bit is here, going into the town. So let's go through it all. So you come into the town. You got all this like white pathway. Obviously, the whitest thing I could find for like a wall that would work is this castle wall, which I figure was a nice way to show this is like an important section, like the castle. It's not really a castle, but it sort of has a castle look to the walls. So that's why I've done a castle wall. Do we have Road's out? Road is our potion shop. So there's a lady right here outside the potion shop who likes to get her picture taken. So take a picture of her as you will. I've put a little sign for the potion shop. I could have put the sign that's outside of the... So in Wind Waker there's a sign and it has a weird face and things, but I couldn't draw it very well. And I figured the better way to do it was just to put some potions. I'm not very good at drawing, so apologies for that. But that is my attempt at a potion shop. And I've put a little cauldron here because I think it gets across it's a potion shop, as well as a lab set. Now, between the potion shop and the rich house here, we have this lady who, she is one of the girls who's kidnapped. She's actually the rich girl, and she swaps places with the poor girl because her father gives all his money away to try and pay the pirates to give back his daughter after they rescue her. So she becomes poor and she tries stealing from the shop. So I figured she's important. She should be shown here in some way. So I've put her right here because this is around the spot where she would be in Wind Waker. I've put a little decoration here as well, just because I figured it fits. Avery's house here is to represent the rich man house, and of course he's also out. I may have to skip, or you just have to come visit my dream address to see the houses, or I might do a follow-up video maybe another time where I show the inside of the houses. We'll see. But yeah, so this is the rich house. We've got like some gold, a flag, little donation box for money. So the flag here is for the Swift sale that you get in the HD version of Wind Waker, because you win it in an auction and it makes you go faster, which I thought was an important item and I want to show that somehow. So that's what this is about. This is supposed to be the purple shirt guy. I didn't have a purple shirt, so I've just gone for this, who is moody and miserable and wants to see a picture of the full moon. So he's right here. I think that's also why I put the heart piece of heart here. No, that's not. No, that's for the auction. You get a piece of heart in the auction, so I've put that out there. This guy just gives you a treasure chart. This is like a little wooden walkway that goes further up to the town. There's like a little wooden section here, so I've put some decorations, a little bed and a lamp. You can go up to this bit. One more step, there we go. And this is, I'm not going to be able to show this very well, but this is to get up to the higher level. So you can see where the arch is, like the little white entry bit where the docks is. If you go up to there, like on the top of it, there's a little lookout bit, and there's like an archway. You can actually go up to that archway in Wind Waker, and you go into that white building there. Now, I decided to do a fancy red door looking thing here. So that's meant to be the door. You go up the stairs to here for that one. And the little lookout bit is right here. I've put the little girl, the second killer bee, which is the girl, right here, behind a bush, like she is in Wind Waker. Ooh, money. So yeah, she's there, hiding away. I wanted to just include like stuff like the killer bees, because I figure it gives like extra little things while you're looking around my island. You could be like, oh look, there's this. Hang on, I'm gonna like position this. There's like extra little things to find and little fun aspects to my island that give you more to do than just like while you're looking around. You could be like, oh look, I found one of the killer bees. But yeah, this is unfortunately where the size. I realised the size was going to be a problem because I wanted to put the arch here, but it wouldn't work with the size, so I had to change that. So what I've done instead is just make this one long walkway, which, can you see it on the image? Let's see. Not quite. You could just barely make out. Let me just make it a bit bigger to try and help. So you can see where we are is like coming up, like top of the archway. There's this little lookout bit here with a hole, and you go along where there's that bush, behind the tree, there's actually a wooden little walkway that takes you around to the other end, where there's a gravestone, there's the pirate ship there, and it goes back down to the bottom floor, right? So how have I done that? How do I show that off? Well, we have here a dirt path where the bush is. You go along a wooden walkway. You got little pots here, like there is in Wind Waker, along to the other end of the island. So this takes you nice and around to the other end, where we have our gravestone, which has a guy dancing in front who teaches you the song that changes night to day. We have right here a killer bee, the third one, hiding. I tried to make the flower formation similar, and like this little bit similar to it, how it is in Wind Waker. I've put a pig because there are 3 pigs in Windfall Island. We've got a little picket fence because you might not be able to quite see it here. No, unfortunately it's a bit blurry, but there is a white fence going down from this top bit back onto where the grass is. So since you can't change the colour of the fence, I got a brown one because it was a similar pattern. But this takes you down here, and behind Spectacle Island is the rest of Windfall Island. So these are like 2 little gossipy girls on the beach, the third pig there, some water. This is where Link meets the King of Red Lions. Like, this is the little dock bit where, I'll just show it again, one more time, the pirate ship. You can see the pirate ship is there, in the back, like at the very end, you'll be able to see like the little sail go down from that. You can see the pirate ship's there. And that pirate ship is right here. So we have made our very own pirate ship. I put some water pattern there, got some pirates, tried to put like an outfit for each of the pirates around. Tetra on the top with the... I thought the Bowser flag was good for like a big mast to make it look more imposing. We have a steering wheel as well, so you can be your very own pirate on here. And this is Tetra's bedroom, which I just made last week because I wanted to add something over here, and I figured this was a good thing I could do. She's got a picture of the original Hero of Time, so I've put a picture of Toon Link, it's close enough. She's got her bed, her little couch, and she has like a little study with a globe and a lamp. And I figured this, even though it's a flower lamp, the Scorpio lamp was quite similar to the shape. She also has a sword, like some swords hanging up over her bed and like a map and stuff over her bed, but I figured the little simple panel would be enough. This bit was a pain to like try and like space out, but me and my girlfriend worked on this bit together because I needed to like figure out the spacing. But yeah, so that's our pirate ship. Like I say, the image, you can't really see it great, but that's basically what we've gone for there. I'm just going to go around the last bit of Windfall Island, because we are nearly done now with Windfall Island. There's still plenty of other islands to show, but that's Windfall Island. So we've got the pirate ship anyway. This is the little prison cell. I've actually snuck a little brown bed here to be like the prison bed. And I've put Tingle in here because he's in jail, and if he gets freed, it gives you an item and a map to his island, which we'll go over in a bit. But this takes you in, this little bit here then takes you into the main part of Windfall Island, which has some of the other houses and things. So we have, unfortunately, I think everyone's out on, yeah, everyone's out, unfortunately. Judy's our teacher, Miss Marie, so I've put a chalkboard to show that. And I liked these little egg things, so I wanted to put them somewhere. So that's hers. Bruce, also out, because stupid Bunny Day ruins everything. He's got the mini-game, where you play a Squid Game. So I figured the best way to replicate a game where you shoot squids with a cannon is with a little duck game, like make it a little gambling area. We do have this little cutout of the guy Salvatore, who runs the game though, and so this at least gets him across. And I also put a little puppets here because he does like a puppet game with, like, he has like a cutout of like a sailor, which is what this is. Like, this is like the cutout he uses for his mini game, and he has the little puppets there. But I figured this would be a good way to show it's like a minigame area. And then you go upstairs in this house, and you come outside to where the Ferris wheel is on Windfall Island. So you can see, if I just get it up again, Windfall Island has this giant lighthouse and this giant windmill. So I figured I had to use the windmill, and I had to use the lighthouse. But it also has like a Ferris wheel bit, where you jump off one bit of the Ferris wheel. It's like an open Ferris wheel though, but I figured this was good enough. You jump over one bit to go to the next. This guy here gives you a piece of heart if you manage to... I think it's if you turn the lighthouse on, he gives you it. So I've put in there some tiki torches. This takes you to the... normally you would jump across the Ferris wheel to just a platform here that would take you inside the top floor of the camera shop. A secret little room where you can then get some rupees in the pots, and you get two treasures. You get a treasure chart, which I've put a ticket here to replicate that. This fancy bit here is to replicate the idea that it's cut off from the shop itself, the camera shop itself. And then I've put a hole in the wall here because you actually crawl through this wall space to get to the camera shop. Now, unfortunately, I can't find a way to make this an actual tunnel. If anyone's got any ideas for how I could possibly do this, I would love to know, because I would love to link this actually back to the camera shop. My only idea at the minute is maybe with some clever pathways, I could maybe try and build a little one-way, like a little tunnel across and around to the camera shop. But yeah, I'd have to figure that out. This is another random not Zelda area, but I wanted to put it somewhere. Is my little Five Nights at Freddy's area, because I like Five Nights at Freddy's and I wanted to replicate. I wanted to show a little homage somewhere. So we have Bonnie and his guitar, Freddy and his microphone, Chica the duck now, no longer chicken, with her cupcakes. She's changed from chicken to duck. Foxy the pirate, who has his little eye patch on there. And Golden Freddy, who is just in the corner right here. I thought you need a birthday cake and a little pizza. I had it down at the start of my island, and it just didn't fit with all the Zelda stuff, so I crammed it up here because I had that spare space. You'll notice these little white towers as well, which, well, the pale towers are to replicate the white towers, the tower building look that Windfall has. Just for some of the houses. I figured it was a good way to do that. I could put them behind some of my other houses. I'm not sure. Just space is an issue. But yeah. So this is going through Windfall Island. This bit up here is... You'd go behind here, click the switch, and that would turn on the lighthouse. So this part is Windfall Island related. The Able Sisters is not. And I've just put it here because I figured... Marketplace, it sort of gets across the idea of an expanded marketplace. And I wanted to showcase some different custom patterns. The front ones are not mine. And I also didn't make any of the back ones. However, these two middle patterns are all mine. I made all of these middle patterns right here. The Sora, so we've got Sora, Xemnas, Bojack Horseman, Professor Layton, King DDD, Mao from Disgaea 3, Mr. Champloo from Disgaea 3, Axel from Disgaea 2, and I can't remember who this one was now. I want to say Almaz from Disgaea 3, I think that one was. There's more custom patterns as well in my Able Sisters, but we've got a lot to show, so I'm just going to skip past that. But you come down here, you've got two gossiping ladies who are right outside the shop, so that's why we have that. We've got the hooded Zenaris, who is the one who gives you the swift sail, and he also has like what else is it? He owns the shop that expands as the game goes on, and I really want to show that shop, like the marketplace. So that's what these little stalls are for. He's got his little toolbox. He's got little items and things there. Simple enough, really. Please be inside. Please be inside. Oh, come on. Why has everyone got to be outside? Well, Pietro has the cafe. which I've shown outside is a cafe. Trust me, inside all of these houses is what they have. I will, even if I have to do another video, I have to do some way to show that I will. Bunny Day ruins everything. Ugh, but anyway, so you go past there. I decided to put some wall here just to sort of section it off as like its own thing. This is where the guy who runs, I think it's called like the Joyous Volunteer Foundation, and they basically decorate the island with these little, they have like little stands, which is what these mushroom stools are for, and you put things on them to decorate the island. So that's why I've done that. And he has a little bench you can look out. But yeah, so this is Windfall Island. You go up, this is meant to be the stairs, by the way, that you go up into the town bit. But yeah, and that's the camera shot. Oh my god, is someone in? Oh yes, we have a house we can show. We finally have a house. Let's go into Cherry's camera shop so I can show this off. Oh, thank god someone's home. So this is the camera shop. So, as you can see, we've got some little photos, just like in Wind Waker. We have the little secret section here, which I wanted to show, despite the fact that it's on my outside. I wanted to put it in-house to get that across. I put a little music player because I feel like I wanted music in everyone's house. I put some pictures up because it's like in the camera shop you would have, he displayed all of his different photos he took. And I figured it'd be nice to have that around the walls like that. I didn't put it on this wall because that's meant to be like this secret little fenced off bit. But yeah, I wanted to try and make this look like a little camera shop. And I think it gets that idea across okay, I think. And I put a little dustpan thing because I feel like she should like polish her little shelves in her little section. Unfortunately, I can't do it so you can go upstairs and downstairs. Otherwise, I'd be able to do more with this to make it look even closer. But yeah, that's her little camera shot, where she displays her little photos. These little booths are really good, by the way, if you ever want to make something look like a bar. I can't think of the name of them, but yeah. Oh, sorry, Cherry. But yeah, yeah. So that's a little camera shop there. That's on Windfall Island. But you can see I have actually like gone inside my neighbours' houses and tried to like recreate everything as best I can. No, no one's there. Okay. But yeah, so I've also put here a little romantic couple. We've got the last killer bee here in the middle, which is where you meet him and the other killer bees, and they run around you when they're really happy. Admittedly, some stuff like this, for example, I don't need these balloons. I just put them there for decoration. But, you know, sometimes you just want those little extra things. You can see I've tried to, like, put a bush or two around as well. There is also this last little lookout bit, which is the last part of Windfall Island. I promise this is the last part of Windfall Island, not... I mean, we've got plenty of other islands to show, but I need to just get across how much I've worked on Windfall Island. Before working on the rest of my island. So right here is where there's a guy who's looking out the sea, and then at night someone else comes here to look at the moon. So I put the little sailor hat to show the sailor that's looking out. But yeah. So yeah, that's Windfall Island. Definitely the hardest part of my island to build. But yeah. Also, just to quickly cover it, because I'm right here. I have this little pumpkin area as well, which, not Wind Waker related, I just wanted to show the spooky pumpkin stuff, because I really like it. I'll show that now while I'm here. Yeah, just a little pumpkin area. You can see I've got some jack-o'-lanterns, and like, some carriages are here. And we got some stools, and little pumpkin things. And then this section, I decided I wanted to do something more with pumpkins. What relates to pumpkins in Zelda? The lumpy pumpkin, of course. If you've ever played Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, there is a little stall called the Lumpkin There's like a little restaurant called the Lumpy Pumpkin on an island in the sky. And you can get some pumpkin soup there. And I figured pumpkin pie also gets across, it's pumpkin themed. And you have a nice little stall here. You have the little harp minigame. So I put a harp here. I put the bed here to replicate the bed you can sleep in, and a little cooking area. So yeah, I figured it was a nice little area. It does take up a bit of space, but I figure it just fits well with my pumpkin sort of themed area. So this is the lumpy pumpkin. I could put a sign or something, maybe, but yeah, that's basically that done. But with that, that is the Windfall Island section finally done. So, I mean, I can't really do a good side-by-side because there's a lot of different sections to it. That is Windfall Island, covered. Now, that is the biggest part, so be relieved that the other islands will not take that long to go over, but Windfall Island needed a lot because it was what I originally was. I named my island Windfall because I knew I wanted to recreate Windfall Island when I first started Animal Crossing in 2020 when it came out. But I didn't know how much I wanted to do with Animal Crossing. Like, I didn't know how long I was going to be playing it. I didn't know, like, okay, I'm just going to make Windfall Island, right? That's it. And as I was playing more and more, I sort of figured, well, I can do that, and that's fine, but as I was building it, I realised I've got all this extra space, and I can't figure out how to make it work. I don't want to just put sea everywhere and not have anything there. So that's what got me onto this crazy idea to put every other Wind Waker island onto my island. And I mean, I'm proud of my island now, but like, the process has been a pain building this island up. Like, this isn't just 1 or 2 days work. This is 5 years on and off, coming back onto Animal Crossing and just putting bits and pieces on my islands. But yeah, I hope you're all enjoying. We've still got plenty of islands to go. We are only on D2 Windfall Island, which I've just about finished. But now, we are finally onto E2, which is Pawprint Isle. And Pawprint Isle is a tiny little island. Well, not tiny, but it's a smallish island just off the coast of Windfall Island. So I figure I'll put it next to my Windfall Island section, just because, like the main town section, because it makes the most sense. So this is Pawprint Isle, named because it is in the shape of a paw print. Pretty simple, understandable. It's got a weird egg thing that actually has a cave entrance inside. It's got like a little choo-choo shaped. Choo-choo's the little blob enemies I've put around my island, by the way. Shaped rock here. It's got a post box. We've got 4 trees. One that stands out from the others. That's very different. 3 palm trees. A little hole in the ground, which is like an entrance, which you get to from. I believe you can hook shot onto that, actually. I don't know if it also links to the cave in the rock bit. I can't actually remember that. Ugh, go away, ads. But yeah. So, Pawprint Isle. How have I done that in Animal Crossing? Well, I've made this a white rock cave to try and replicate that idea of going inside a cave. I've also put a little a piece of heart here, because you get one inside the cave. Got to have some choo-choos, so I've got that one there, and I've put underneath this little choo-choo rock the choo-choo, which I figure gets across the idea it's a rock and a choo-choo together. So this is the main part of the island. But for the trees, we have the little palm tree lamps here, and I decided to use my little cocoa tree here. I think that's a cocoa tree anyway. Or like this little extra tree to make that special, unique one. Yeah. So like this little like brownish one, let me do it that way around so you can see a bit better. If I go up to it, I'll try and get it on a side. Come on. Come on. Can I like shrink it maybe like that? Let me see what I can do here. There. I'm trusting that everyone can see what I'm talking about this whole time. I feel like someone would have said by now in the comments, or I would have had a text from my girlfriend saying, yeah, I can't see anything. If none of this was there. But yeah, the little wooden trees there. So that's Paw Print Isle. So, nice and simple, straightforward island there. Thanks there. Also, apologies if I'm speaking extra quick or anything in this video, this live stream, but there's a lot to cover here with my island, as you can tell. But, you know, this is what this sort of video just has to be. I can't really... find an easier way. I can't find an easier way to do this. Sorry, just bear with me a second. Okay. So, let's go on to my next one. Alright. Roost Island, as it's popped up, or as it actually is called, Dragon Roost Island. So let's get to the entrance. So, let's go to Roost Island. I like that name. Dragon Roost Island. So, let's get it up. Because also, I'm not, again, apologies, this isn't like the most easy way to do this. I'm still learning a lot about video making. But yeah, we're learning, we're building skills. So this is Dragon Roost Island in Wind Waker. It's like a big giant mountain full of bird people, a dragon on the top. This is a volcano dungeon. There's a beach on the bottom that links up to the top. So how have I done this? Let's go into it. Now to start off with, I've not bothered with sand. I could have put sand here, but I think it confuses things when you get to my oasis. So I've left it as it is. But I've used these little blocks here. These little cube lights. I've made green blocks out of them. Sort of like the ones in Wind Waker. I've put a little bomb here with a blue ornament and a little stone there because you have to push the rocks to blow them up. You blow up the rocks and then that makes these fall down, so that's why I've put them down there. I also didn't want to, admittedly, I had a rock here and I thought it fit quite nicely with this section, so I figured I'll put that there. I'll leave the rock and I want the rock space to get my maximum coins out of that, bells out of that. The post box is just as you're going into the top, the little bit of Dragon Roost Island here. So I've made this little narrow pathway. So then this is like you're actually going inside Dragon Roost. So this is where all the bird people are. So we have our little birds. We have the bird here who wants feathers for his girlfriend. There's no golden feather in this game, so Rainbow will have to do. We've got an envelope. We've got a post-delivery service here with the ducks. We have our sacred orb here with the Ferraris. No, Din's orb. I think it's got, yeah, Din's orb. Din's the red one. The god of power. Or goddess of power, Din. So I've put an apple there to replicate that, and I've put a little symbol on the floor. So these are the bird people, the Ritos. I've put a little mail pattern here with a bag to replicate this as being a delivery bag. And then we have here Medley. So she's a friendly bird who helps you out. She plays a harp. So I figure she's got to have a harp up here. She gives you a bottle, so therefore bottle is there. But yeah, so that's all the nice friendly part of Dragon Roost. So for the volcanic dungeon, Dragon Roost Cavern, we have our potion, as always. Our big cauldron that teleports you. Well, in Wind Waker it would teleport you. Here it just poofs. We have a little bokoblin. We have some bats over the fire. So I've put them on this little hanging on the street lamp as a way to hang some bats up. I've put a fishing rod here to replicate a grappling hook, since there's no grappling hook item. And I couldn't find a good grappling hook pattern online. I figured a fishing rod would do the job. I've put a moblin because this is the mini boss of the area, who you fight to get the grappling hook. We have our dragon, Valoo. Breathes actual fire. And we have a volcano too, which I figure just... These two together just create a really nice volcanic image here. I want to just show this from the bottom. So, I also did a wooden staircase here because when you're going up to the top of Dragon Roost Cavern, when you go outside at some points of the dungeon, and they do actually have like wooden stairways. So I figured that was going to show that. This is still part of Dragon Roost, this little bit here. Ignore the suitcase, that's part of the Oasis. But I like the image here from this spot where you can see the volcano and Valoo on the top there. Just spacing wise, I couldn't quite get them to be one-to-one. But see here, this is the original. Valoo's there. And this is our version. To make it mountainous. The pipe there is for teleporting. And we have here Gomer, who is like this giant crab scorpion thing in the fire, who is the first boss of the game. He's like the first boss of the game. And the spider crab here, I just think it looks perfect for Gomer. Like, this is gets across big volcanic evil crab creature. Although I think he's adorable personally, this spider crab with little beady eyes. But yeah, they give you a heart container and there's a potion there. But yeah, that's Dragon Roost. Except there's one last part to Dragon Roost, which is right here. So you get your first Wind Waker song at the back of Dragon Roost Cavern, at the back of Dragon Roost Island, sorry. This little you learn off this first rock, your Wind Waker song. This frog tells you about it, and then he says this rock's been destroyed. I couldn't find a good way to do a cracked or destroyed rock pattern, so what I've done instead is I put a glow stick to show the Wind Waker, and I've put the frog there just to be a frog. One of the two frogs, and I put two little stone tablets there to be like, yep, these are the stone tablets. But yeah, so that is Dragon Roost Island. Like I said, these will start to just... You'll sort of see, as we get down the islands, some of them will just go by quickly, and other ones will take a bit more to explain. These first lot just need to be set up for other ones. The next one we're going to is Flight Control Platform, which... not the easiest to show. Okay, let's go for this one. Again, I'm doing side-by-side images because without the image, it's harder to talk about and make sense for people who don't know Wind Waker, just on the back of the head. And even for me, it also just makes it easier to explain what I'm talking about with my island. So, for this next island, we need to go down here. Because it's actually... I wanted to put it to the... I wanted to keep it towards the end, this side, but just with space-wise, I've had to stick it over here. This is the Flight Control Platform, which starts right here. So, yeah. This is Flight Control Platform. How we're doing... Yeah, like I said, this is going to be a long stream, so just bear with us on this, but... People have wanted me to show my Animal Crossing Island, and this is what it is. It's gonna be a long video. There is a lot to talk about. We've got to do this. The only way we can is to just do it. So, just gonna quickly show Flight Control Platform. This is the original. You've got a wooden staircase that comes out of the water, surrounded by wooden fencing. You've got wooden fencing here with some bird people who basically set up this minigame where you fly across a big stretch of water to reach the goalpost, and there's some tornadoes in the way. That's the basic setup. So, here we have, on my Animal Crossing Island, little wooden walkway surrounded by wooden fencing. We have some pots to replicate rupees. We have a post box. We have a bird person helmet, which I thought the aviator helmet would work really well to showcase they're like people of the sky. And they're similar to the helmets the bird people wear. This is then the flying minigame, where you would, in Wind Waker, you would fly across a stretch of water, use the tornadoes to boost you up, and you would get to the end. And if you won, you got a piece of heart. So I put a little heart at the end there to congratulate you for making it through. Pretty simple, straightforward one, just to show it again. This is the original. And this is our version. And that is the second row completed. Now what's nice is, the next island is actually Western Fairy Island, which I have already talked about earlier in the stream. So we can skip that and go straight to Rockspire Isle. I know I'm saying we go straight to, but I've got to just sort this out. But yeah, if anyone wants to know why I've been very hesitant on doing an Animal Crossing stream, it's because I'd have to explain my whole island, and explaining my whole island is a big ordeal. There is a lot to explain, and there's a lot that go on my island that needs it needs context. Like, yeah, you couldn't, like, people can enjoy my island, and plenty of people have come by and said they like my island on Animal Crossing, but like, people who don't know Zelda just see my island and think it's one big cluttered mess, which I understand. It is cluttered. It is very cluttered, and I wish I could space things out better, but to make this island what it is, it had to be this way. It just had to be. Alright, this is Rockspire Isle, which actually kind of works. That is just south of Windfall, because it's a pretty similar location to the original. I'm so glad that people can see the images when I'm talking about them as well, because it's just making this so much easier. I do have to like go through stuff though to do this, so let's hope this video survives. Also, let's hope I actually make it through this video, because this is, again, very long video to get through. But this is Rockspire Isle, anyway. So, you can't see it very well on this image, because this is a top-down image, but there's a bit of sand around it, so that's why I've put sand here. This actually works well as a side-by-side one I can just do. So, basically the idea is you would throw some bombs at each platform, blow up the rocks, which is why I have the little stones here to my side, and I put the little bombs here to show, yo, you use bombs here. You blow the rocks up, and you get to a cave at the end. That's basically it to this island. The only other feature that needs just mentioning is there's a heart piece on a boat separate to the island. Excuse me, thank you. Which is right here. So I put a golden helmet because Beedle is the shop merchant who goes around different islands selling you things. I didn't feel like I wanted to put Beedle on all my islands. I put him on like 1 or 2, but I figured this one needed to be shown because he gives you a piece of heart. He gives you a treasure chart, he gives you a bottle and a piece of heart. So naturally we have a map for the treasure chart. We have a bottle with a glowing moss. And we have a piece of heart as well. And I've put a little golden knight helmet because he disguises himself with like a metal helmet, like a golden helmet. Just off the shore of Rockspire Isle, and he will always be here, so that's why he is right here. Ah, next one is Tingle Island. Tingle Island. Oh boy, this is one that I have just finished. I want to say, when did I do this? I did this last week. I finished this island off. This was the last island of... No. This is the second to last island I finished. But it wasn't the structure of the island. It was just one decoration that I got lucky and I actually got. So this is... Let me hang on. Next to the frog here, who teaches you the warp song, that's why he's here, we have Tingle Island back here. So what's all these little weird statues for? Well, in Wind Waker, Tingle Island would have some different... it would have statues of golden Tingle statues. You would find them in dungeons, and as you find them, they appear then on Tingle Island. So I wanted to show that off, and so I put the little statues here. So I'll just show the little formations. They're all on the rocks. So you have 5 little slots there for the 5 statues. So I've got 5 different coloured statues to replicate to resemble the different dungeons. So red is for fire, grass is for green is for grass, blue is for water, yellow is meant to be wind. With the colours I had left, yellow is sort of the only one I had left, and black is earth. Tingle has 2 brothers as well, which are... Well, he has 3, but I didn't really have room to put the last brother on there. And he only shows up once you've got the Tingle statues. But... unless I'm mistaken on that. I'm pretty sure that's how he shows up. But he has a pink and a white brother. Like, well, pink and white dressed brothers. So I'll put them down there. I could put a wheel or something to replicate the fact this whole tower here that has his head on the top, which I decided to put his face there to replicate Tingle as well as his outfit. It's all sort of moving around on like in a circle. I could put a wheel, but I didn't really have a good way to do it. I couldn't figure out like a good way to show a moving wheel. Maybe I could change it, put a windmill up there, I'm not sure. But yeah. Also, I've done this as just like wood, because it's just like a little wooden thing. Like it's meant to be like a tower. Really, it's more of a tower than it is an island necessarily, but it's called Tingle Island, so this is Tingle Island. Like I say, they are gold, the statues, but I don't have the recipe yet for the golden Tingle statue, so I can't really do that. So yeah, that's why I've just done this as different coloured ones. And to be honest, I think it looks better with the little colours, mixing it up. It gives it, you know, like I like just having little things like that that get the idea across easily, but it's not too hard to follow, if that makes sense. Alright. Next island. Northern Triangle Island. Now this is another relief island because there are 3 Triangle Islands in Wind Waker. And they all connect together to make... to open up the Tower of the Gods. So since there's 3 of them, I only have to show one of them. And there's really nothing to show here. But I'll show the image anyway so you can see what the original looked like. I'm not kidding, this is the island right here. This little red orb is the island because I couldn't figure out space or any way to really do a cool thing with this. And the only purpose for these islands is just basically you put the orbs on the statues and then they come to life. Then they come to life, shoot a beam, and open up the way to the Tower of the Gods. This is Northern Fairy Island though. So there's 2 little areas here. It's in the shape of a triangle, and it's got a little statue. So literally all I've done is I've put the little red orb here and a little fish. I would have done more if I had the space. Maybe the lumpy pumpkin needs to go, but quite frankly, I love the lumpy pumpkin. I don't want to get rid of it. And I wanted to specifically make sure the 3 Triangle Islands are all in a triangle formation around where my Tower of the Gods is. That's what I've gone for with that. So on my island, I'll go through all 3 Triangle Islands right now, because while I have the image up. This is just the northern one. The other 2 are just slightly different shaped, but I haven't done anything with them special. Northern is here. Then if you go directly south here, we have Southern Triangle Island, which has the blue orb. And then if you go over here, past this bit here, which is the Tower of the Gods, spoiler alert, down in this corner right here is our eastern triangle island. And they're all in a triangle shape, so they surround Tower of the Gods. I'm amazed I got it to work with the limited space I had, but sadly I didn't have much I could do to replicate this. I had to resemble it somehow, so I put the orb there just to do the islands. It's lazy, but quite frankly, I've been busy enough with this island. If anyone has any idea for how I could make this work more, I'd be open to a suggestion, but yeah, it's just space. I don't really think there's much I can do to help it. Maybe I might do something with it, we'll see. But yeah. That is Northern Triangle Island. And thankfully, the next island is another one we can just quickly glance over without needing an image reference, because it's Eastern Fairy Island. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. I will also say navigating my island, not the easiest. To an extent. I mean, I know where most of my stuff is, it's just getting a feel for, like, the easiest way across. But I've tried to put things close enough to the map, so if you have the Wind Waker map open, you can typically find where you're going. Not completely, but typically. This is Eastern Fairy Island there. So the purple here is for bomb upgrade, I believe. The blue, I believe purple is bombs. Blue, the regular is, the normal one is rupee upgrades. Purple is bombs, and arrows are yellow. But all we've got here on Eastern Fairy Island, awkwardly with Pekoi's in the way, house in the way, is we have a Korok. We have a Korok in front with his little tree. Rock you have to blow up with a bomb. And the little post box outside. Right. Now we have Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain. Let's talk about Fire Mountain a second. So Fire Mountain is, well, a mountain of fire. I did the wrong thing. Sorry, apologies. Bear with me, bear with me. We will have it, we will have it. Fire Mountain. You go here and you get the power bracelets for the story, so that you can then lift heavy rocks to get into the Earth Dungeon. So I've put some monocles up there, because there isn't really a bracelet item in Animal Crossing, so this is sort of my way to show you get bracelets. It's just 2 of them. Lazy, I know, but there's not much else I could do. I've done it as a volcano, because, you know, Fire Mountain, it made sense. Surrounded it with some lava, because Fire Mountain. And I put a little centipede model, because there's these little fireworms that show up inside the mountain. And so I figure the little centipede model would be a good way to showcase that fire enemy. But yeah, so this is Fire Mountain. I'll just show it now, so you can see what I'm going for. Not much to this one. It's basically just a volcano in the middle of the sea. I decided to put it on a ledge, give it some height though, because I figure if it's going to be a mountain, it should feel like a mountain. It shouldn't just be just a thing on the floor. Like, I want to make it look big and imposing. So that's why that's there. It does block off a little bit of the oasis, but not too much. But yeah, so that's Fire Mountain. Alright, and then the next island is a really weird one. Very obscure island in Wind Waker, and kind of a forgettable. I'd say this is possibly the most forgettable island in all of Wind Waker, but it's Starbell Archipelago, I think it's called. Archipelago. No, Archipelago. Archipelago. Or Archipelago? I guess it's Archipelago. It's how it's supposed. Archipelago. Archipelago. Archipelago feels right. Archipelago. 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 Stop. Right. So let's go to Starbelt. Starbelt. What's its name? Starbelt. Who's its face? So I've put this because it's on a corner of the map. I've tried to put my corner islands as best I can, where I can. So this is our Starbelt Archipelago. I'm going to say that's how you say it, and if it's not, I don't know, and I don't care. Archipelago. How many times can I say archipelago in this one video? But alright. Starbelt, what's his face? So, as you can see, very mediocre island in Wind Waker. It is just 3 rocks surrounded by 4 other rocks. 3 small rocks with 4 big ones. It's barely an island, not much here. What do you do with this? Well, first of all, to get across it's a star belt. I've put 3 stars in a formation around it. Unfortunately, this is another one that's just more to look at than it is to do anything with, because I can't really... I mean, can I pull this up? As you can see, I can't move them back, so I'm kind of restricted on space. It's more just to look at, little star belts. I mean, I could have put it up here, I guess, but, I don't know. I just feel like this made sense with the spacing to get the little pillars. So, I've used the stone pillars to get across this idea here of, like, 4 big rocks surrounded by, with surrounding 3 little rocks. I put 3 little stones, and since there's nothing on those rocks, I just put the little ones here. The only things of note on this Wind Waker island is there is a big octo, which I've put... Sometimes I put it as a squid, sometimes it's an octopus, but both are big octos. It's just because octo makes you think squid, octopus, but the design of the big octo is actually more squid-like. I'm sorry, I just see the balloon. I gotta pop it, pop. But you'll see as well we have a weird little pufferfish model. So what's that about? Well, I'm gonna get the enemy state. I believe it's the P-hat enemy in Wind Waker. It looks like a giant pufferfish, and so giant pufferfish. I've put him there. I could have him facing that way, but I think just having a big spiky thing facing forward just looks a bit better for it. But yeah, not much else to say. Starbelt Archipelago, right there. Starbelt Archipelago, right here. And again, as with all my islands, I have fishermen outside. But that is G3 done. There are 4 sections left. And while that sounds like, oh my god, we're never going to get through this, you can take a break for a moment because the next island is 3-Eye Reef, which is a very basic one. And in fact, there are 3 reefs on this entire next section, so this will be very easy to get through and tackle without needing images to go and explain things. Let's go to it first though. So did I say 3-Eye? I'm pretty sure I said 3-Eye. Yeah, 3-Eye Reef is the next one. Now, I know there are still some big sections to my islands left, but, quite frankly, we've already knocked out Windfall. We've already knocked out... I say already, we're 2 hours in. But some of that was also me setting up at the beginning, trying to figure out how to do this. So, yeah, it's just going to be a longer part, guys. But this is 3-Eye Reef. As you can see, 3 eyes... Well, rocks, rather. For 3-Eye Reef. This one you actually can move around. Onto all of them. I did have ships in the bottles here, but I wanted to move them for other places to put boats around the water. But we still got a fisherman. I also put a beetle shop here because I figured just to give Beetle something to do and to make use of this section here, I figure this was a good place to do it. So I put bait and a pair because in Wind Waker, Beetle tends to sell an ammo of some sort, bait, and, oh my god, shut up. Bait, a higher pair, which is just like a pair you use to move to control seagulls, so you can like fly around as a seagull. And bait, yeah, bait, pear, and an hammer is usually what he sells. So that's why I've got my beetle shop here as a way to do it. Right. But yeah, not much to say. This, like I say, this is just Free Eye Reef. Quite a few on this row are actually just going to be reefs, so should make this one a bit easier to go quickly knock out. But down here is our next big island, which is Great Fish Isle. This is an island that is actually destroyed in Wind Waker when you get there, so you never get to see what it looks like when it was like all set up in like a pleasant way. You only get to see what it's like after it's been destroyed, which is a shame. I would love to see what it looked like originally. But this is Great Fish Isle. Ganondorf's attacked it when you get there, and so it's all sort of scattered about little islands. So how do I replicate this? And why have I chose the beach? And why is Capin looking all... Why have I put him next to Capin? Well, I wanted somewhere that I could do separate... I wanted to... I don't know. I just section it off on my island. Pieces fall where they fall, and this is where this fell. It made sense to me. I know there's issues with having it here, but it made sense. So, first and first, why the dock? Well, there's a little raft. You might just be able to see it. Let me stretch this out so we can see a bit more. So you can see the little wooden raft, with same as on some of the other islands we've seen, like Mother and Child Isle. That's where another merchant is, which is why we have, ta-da, another Goron over here. So this Goron's a merchant, and if you give him the golden statue through his like trading game, like he has a trading quest between all the other merchants, and he will give you a piece of heart in exchange for the golden statue. So that's why I put his little shop stuff here. I've also put Jaboon over here, which is like this ancient fish spirit who gives you the third sacred orb of the game, which I've put a beach ball because I thought it was funny. And it's a blue orb. But I've got an image of the actual orb behind. But I used a fish here, an anglerfish, because that's sort of what he's going. He's like a mix of a catfish and a anglerfish. So I figured that worked for him. But I put him here instead of outset because I don't have enough room on my outset island section to do like the whole behind the island cave that he would be in. And this is the island where he comes from. He only goes to outset because he flees to go somewhere secretive. So that's why he's here. This is also another island you can teleport to. And there's two little islands. So if I just get it back up again. This first big island in the middle, you can fly across to, and there's a little chest with a heart piece in. I don't have any chests at the minute here, but I put the little heart piece there, so it's there. And then there's another little island, which is right in the bottom left corner. And yeah, the bottom right corner, my right, which has a little Korok on top of like a spiral. Again, unfortunately, you can't put things on different levels on the beach, so my solution was just to make a little grass path here with a Korok. But this is it. This is Great Fish Isle. This is a different island, this one with metal behind it, and this is also a different island. It's just this little section here. But I figure it made sense because it has all that I need, a lot of what it needs to have here. Triforce is here because it's out in the water, in the middle of the ocean. But yeah, so that is Great Fish Isle. Some of the islands are big and complicated, and other ones are just simple like that. Next island is Cyclops Reef. I mean, this is it, Cyclops Reef, one eye. It is similar to all the other reefs in shape and everything, but it has one eye. So yeah. Then we have Six Eye Reef, which I'm just going to squeeze down here a second. This is Six Eye Reef over here. Again, not much to say, it's just 6 rocks surrounded by stone, 6 eyes. That is Six Eye Reef. Simple, another island done. The next island, though, I'm gonna have to talk a bit more about. So bear with me as I talk your ears off. Oh my goodness. Oh, keep having drinks because I am. Oh, I'm thirsty. And I got a lot to say. This is a very talky part. Well, not part because this is all one video, but a very talky video. And while we are going for quite a while, we also are 2.5 hours in, and this is about halfway through. There are only 3 more rows to go. I'll talk about that thing when we come back to it, this side. But yeah, we're about halfway through, just over halfway. So, as I go past some of these islands, let us go to the Tower of the Gods. Alright, Tower of the Gods. I want to stand right here. So, first things first, as always, let's get our image comparison for the Tower of the Gods. Where are you? Tower of the Gods. No. Sorry. Right, there we go. So, this is the Wind Waker version. Tower of the Gods. You can see, big giant white tower with some arches. This is also the water dungeon of the game. And underneath the water is Hyrule, which is like this magical kingdom where the king lives. And the king is also your boat. Spoiler alert. But yeah, there's a bell on the very top. There's a little ledge, which is actually the end of the dungeon, going into the boss room before you get into the final bit where you can ring the bell to go underwater to access Hyrule, which is all underwater. So yeah, this is the Tower of the Gods. There you are. So I figure to do a white tower justice, I will use the Tower of Pisa, because it's a giant white tower. Made the most sense. We've got robes of the King of Hyrule right there. We have a teleport tornado there. So yeah, and these are the little arches. So if I was just doing the tower on its own, that would be all it is. But I'm representing everything about this area. So what's with this? What is this about? The pig, there's a spider, there's a coelacanth and a puppet show. Well, if any Wind Waker fans have caught on yet, this is Puppet Ganon. So the second to last boss of the game is a puppet version of Ganondorf, the big villain, but in different animal forms. So the first form is a pig, the second form is a spider, and the third form is a snake. And my attempt to recreate that is put a puppet show at the front. So we've got puppet, and then you've got the different forms of Ganon. So you have the piggy bank for the pig, tarantula for the spider, and I put the coelacanth for the snake because I feel like it's the biggest sort of snake-like creature. It made sense to me to do that. Oh, come on, Avery, out the way, please. But yeah, so this tile platform's just to show that this is all like inside, not outside. I could have put this as water, but I figure I'll just do it so it's like you're going into the tower this way, and you come into the tower that way, which is why that's all water. So over here is Puppet Ganon. I used the museum to represent Hyrule Castle. I figured it was a good place to do that. And right here we actually have the final boss arena of the game, which is just, basically it's like one solitary stone platform where there's 2 big waterfalls coming down between you, and you fight with Zelda. So I've got Zelda's dress here, Toon Link's little outfit here, a sword. I've put an image of a sword as well, which really I don't need. But I figure I have the Master Sword there for reference. And then Ganondorf himself, which I had him originally in the middle, but just because of the space in here, I needed to do it so I could walk through there to get to the museum. So yeah, so that's the final boss arena there. This is the rest of the Tower of the Gods though. So we've got our 2 teleport potions, one at the start, and then one at the end. We have the bow here, just because of spacing I had to put it here. For the boss himself, Gurdan, he's like a statue with 2 big giant blue hands. So I did this I did this design for the hands to try and like create the idea of it, like his hands. And then I decided to use a fake statue I had for an art piece because I thought a floating robot statue looked really good for him. So that's Gurdan. And then I put some little gyroids here for some of the little beamers and statue enemies you fight. Like, one is the beamers, the blue one, and the little grey one's meant to represent the little statue enemies you fight in the Tower of the Gods. I can't remember what they're called now. Armors, that's the ones. And the big giant samurai behind it is meant to represent the Dark Nut, which are these like, they're like Anubis dog warriors. So they're like Anubis dogs, but they're also in like suits of armor. And then of course you beat the boss, climb up the tower, and you get to ring the bell, which you can actually ring as well. So that's the Tower of the Gods. A lot squashed into a small space, but yeah. So there's the original. And this is ours. Including this middle bit and including that as well, of course. Alright. Now thankfully, I've already talked about the next island, which is the Eastern Triangle Island, which is this little one here. Not much to say, just Korok and that. And the little pearl in the middle. And then our last island on this row is the Thorned Fairy Island. So let's go to Thorned Fairy Island. Where is Thorned Fairy Island? I need to find it. Thorned Fairy Island. Thorned Fairy Island, where are you? Where are you? It is right on the beach. I know where it is because it's like most of my coach islands are on the coach. It's this one up here. There it is. Thorned Fairy Island. So what is this mess? Well, we have a giant root through the ground for the thorns. We have the fairy naturally there. We've got some palm trees which I've used the lamps just for spacing. And then we have 3 pegs because you have to hit them all with a hammer to then be able to get into the island, to get inside the fairy fountain. And this one gives you an arrow upgrade, which is why it's yellow. So that's Thorned Fairy Island. Again, I'm not going to bother showing all the Fairy Island ones because they're all the same sort of design. The only difference with this one is it isn't. I didn't put the shell partition just because of size restriction. I decided to just not put that here because the thorn takes up so much space. But yeah. Now, unfortunately, the next 3 islands are more explainy ones where we need to look at them. We are near the bottom though. We have only got 3 rows left. So you're doing a really good job if you've been watching throughout. And even if you haven't, if you've been taking breaks and just popping in and out, then that's fine too. You'll be able to watch this afterwards on my channel. Just to see how everything comes together. I realise I could have probably have done this just as a montage. Maybe, like, recorded video, but I figure I'll show it all off in person so that you can really get a feel for what it's like to travel around and, like, just see live what the island's like. Probably not the smartest way to do this. Probably the more exhausting way to do this, but you know what? People have wanted me to do an island tour for a bit when I've talked about my island, and I've really wanted to, but just time. It's just a lot to go through, but I figured today I've got plenty of time. I've got a day off work. It's been on my mind for a while. Let's just get it all done in one big giant video. This could be my longest stream, actually, but that's fine because it needs to be for what I need to cover. So, anyway, with all out of the way, welcome to Needle Rock Isle, which I have put here just not because space, but just more so the room I needed to make this island what I wanted it to be. So this is Needle Rock in Wind Waker. So it's sort of shaped like a key. It's got a big giant tower in the middle. Surrounded by a bunch of trees. We've got some ice on this one side. We've got a chest surrounded by fire at the bottom. We've got 2 pots with barrels. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So how have I done this on my island? Well, with the limited space I've got, I've done this little grass path here going into the water. I've decided to put a little switch on the top using like this little electric ball for the tower itself. I've put my fruit trees here to get on my trees around. I've got a little ice statue here to cover the cave, so it's like the little ice crystal there. 2 pots floating on barrels. We've got a post box behind. I've tried to do this as similar as I could to the original. I've got some bushes here, trees there, a korok there, and we have our chest surrounded by fire. So that is Needle Rock. Again, not much to say about that one, it's what it says on the tin. So okay, next island is, I believe, the Islet of Steel. Yes, it is. The Islet of Steel is the next one. Which, it's not a big island, but it's one I wanted to put a few details on to make it stand out, because it's very unique in how it's shaped and how the Islet of Steel is like it's sort of like a fortress in a way, like the Forsaken Fortress, but like some miniature version of it. So naturally I wanted to make something that was very I wanted something that really feels like a fortress of some sort. Sorry, me bumping into all the walls. So the Islet of Steel just get my thing up, is right here next to Great Fish Isle. I'll stand in the middle so we can get a nice look at it. Oh, right. I love steel. There we go. Oh, that's nice. I can even just do it like that. Boom. So, yeah, we've got, you can see there's some cannons. It's very metal and very fortressy, so that's why I've gone for like the wall that I've gone for, like the partition wall. I think it also looks close enough to like the rope barrier that it has on the top part of it. There are boats going around, but I didn't really have shipping the bottles to spare for that. But inside is a map piece to one of the Triforces. One of the pieces of the Triforce. There's a map to one of the pieces, is what I'm trying to say. But you have to play a Wind Waker song, so that's what this little panel is here to open it up. So yeah, that's a little map, and the cannons fully operational, just like in Wind Waker. I could have pointed them outward, but then it meant you wouldn't be able to walk around the inside, and I wanted to make it a little I wanted you to be able to walk around a little bit inside. I could have put more pots in, but I didn't. Ugh, this is the only bit that's annoying. The only bit that's annoying is just because of where the partitions are. You do kind of have to like wiggle a bit in the space there to get in and out. But that's the Islet of Steel. Like I say, not really a complicated island, but I wanted to fit bits in. And since we're down here for the last time, almost last time, this here is just meant to be one of those platforms, like where you fight the birds near Paw Print. But this one here is just to be one that has a piece of heart in. So I wanted to show this. I put some... I tried to make it look extra spooky with like the little skulls on the top and everything. And some bokoblins, and then a special chest, because it's special. Although, honestly, it's also because sturdy sewing boxes I just put there earlier. Some are the same colour, some are different. Alright. So our next island is Stonewatcher Island. In the trio of important islands, this is another one. Let's get this going. Alright, let's head over to Stonewatcher Island. Unfortunately, because I'm playing on Bunny Day, the music's always going to be just Bunny Day's theme, which isn't bad, but I would have liked a bit more variety. Although I will say, my favourite Animal Crossing track in New Horizon, is 2 PM. Such a catchy tune. Alright, so this is Stonewatcher Island. Now again, you can see there's not loads to this island. Oh no, that's the wrong button. There's not a lot to this island, but there's a bit. One or two features. The main feature being naturally on Stonewatcher Island, the big stone thing watching you. The big stone head. So yeah. There we are. So, let me get this up here. So, there's a man who looks out with a telescope. So, I've put that here, the telescope. Obviously, there's the stone surrounded by a stone wall. There's some trees which I didn't have room to put, unfortunately. That's sort of the big features of this island in a post box. But the main thing about it is, once you've done the dungeon, you get... once you've opened up this with the power bracelets, which I thought the stone helmet would work for... The silver helmet would work for like a stone head. You go into like a little dungeon, so I've put a hole in the ground there, and you get a map piece to the Triforce. So that's why I've got another ticket here. But yeah. We've got a mailbox, we got a little fish, and this is telescopes to represent Mr. Ho-Oh, who is a guy who goes, ho, and he just tells you like a little hint or a little tip about things, but he always makes that noise whenever you speak to him, which is always funny, and that's why it's called Mr. Ho-Oh. That's his sound. But yeah, small little island, Stonewatcher Island, not a lot of details to it, really. Pretty basic one. Now, right before I go to the next island, I'm just going to also cover this right now. What is this down here? Oh, actually, I can cover this while I'm... I don't want to talk... No, Apple. No, not... Fine. I feel rude not talking to her. Sky eggs? Aw. Well, thank you. I'm not going to use them, but thank you, Apple. Alright. Oh, it's gonna get my nerves if I don't do it. Fine. What? Fine, get me miles. Fine. Alright. Anyway, what I was trying to do is this here is I've already talked about it briefly, but this is Southern Triangle Island, the orbs there. What I actually wanted to talk about was this. So what is this? What is this? This is the Temple of the Ocean King from Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. I wanted to try and, just where I can, sneak a little other areas that I like in Zelda. Or little references to other Zelda games. And this is one. So this is Phantom Hourglass. So I put the hourglass in the middle, because obviously it's the big thing in the game. And you constantly go back to the temple, so I figure if there's anything in that game I'm going to show, it's definitely going to be this. A little outfit of Linebeck, who's the guy who helps you out in that game. And I put a little salvage arm because a lot of that game is spent over the water collecting things. And I figure it was a good way to do that. And you also use it in Wind Waker when your grappling hook changes to a salvage arm when you're on the boat. This over here is also... I created a small little section for Spirit Tracks because it's the game on the train. So I put a little conductor hat, little model train, and a pan flute because that's the instrument you play in that game. But yeah, so that's all of that. Alright. The next island to show is the Oasis, which is another big section, but it's big, but there's not actually loads to talk about with it. As it's not a super detailed one, it's just I really wanted it to stand out a bit. So it's called Private Oasis until you actually buy the Oasis, and then once you buy the Oasis, basically, I'm trying to remember how it is. The teacher on Windfall Island, you give her 21 joy pendants, and as a reward, she gives you, which are like butterfly necklaces, and she gives you a deed to your own Oasis, which is this island right about the middle of my map. So I've been walking around it a bunch. What is this big open water section? What is this? This is the Oasis. This is my nice little Oasis. It has a nice... Oh, it's almost in the center. Like, it's like a central little water section. It also helped when I was fishing, because it made a lot of fish pop up over here. I've got all the fish, all the bugs, and all the fossils. I'm just missing some of the paintings from the museum. I'm not going to bother showing that off, because we'd be here all day if I do that as well. But this is the Oasis in Wind Waker. So, as you can see, you arrive here on your boat. There's a Oasis house, which is your own house. Mr. Hoa is there on the corner. I like this image because it actually has some characters as well. There's a chest on top of the waterfall. There's an umbrella. There's a korok in the corner. There's some little jumping platforms. So, how have I replicate that? Well, first of all, we've got that little wooden boat that was on the beach. Right here. We have our own Oasis house right here. I'm not going to show my house off because it's not Zelda related at all. I could always, if I do another video on Animal Crossing eventually, show it off, but basically I've just put a few little random rooms in there. If I had more time, maybe I would, but I kind of want to just... Like, I feel like we're going to be here all day if I do that. As if we are already. But you get the main thing though is the door's supposed to have a butler on, as you saw in the image, if I just pop that back up. So there's a butler on this door right here. And obviously Animal Crossing doesn't let you put custom patterns on a door. So what I've done instead is I've put a little butler guy here. Put a little mannequin of a butler. To try and replicate that. Or as what I can make a butler. Like I figure like a school uniform sort of like fancy enough to be like a butler. Little Triforce here, you should get a piece of the Triforce inside your house. These are meant to be like the little lights that are just outside the house. If I just quickly pop that up again. So there's like two little lamps. So I tried to put that there. Mr. Hoa's there. This is Link's. This here is the pajamas Link wears at the start of the game. I figure since this is his Oasis, I'll make it that outfit. There's also a sign in like Hylian text, so I tried to like recreate that sort of text myself. It's not perfect, but I figure it gets across the idea of like that Hylian writing. There's also a chest on the top of the waterfall, which I ignored earlier, but I can now finally talk about. So you go around here to where the waterfall is, and that's what the briefcase is for on the top. That little briefcase on the top is meant to be the chest. I can show it. The little briefcase behind the palm tree is meant to be that chest on the top of the waterfall. This all just wraps around the Oasis. You got the two little lounge chairs, and this is also still on the Oasis because there's a little korok in the middle of the sand here. And then the last thing to talk about with the Oasis is the jump. You jump across like in Zelda to get to the middle section. I figured I'll make this a nice little relaxing area, so I put 2 umbrellas instead of just the one. Because originally I just had this, but I felt like it was a bit boring. Whereas I like this more, and I put the little tiki dog because I thought it was funny, and, you know, it's nice to have a little something like that. It feels very, like, relaxing. But yeah, that's the Oasis. So this is the original. And this is what I've done. I can't really show it all, but yeah. What is our next island? Our next island will be Bomb Island. Bomb Island. Alright, I got a bit to talk about with this one. So Bomb Island, to start off with, it is shaped like a bomb. Oh my god. Sorry, I keep getting things popping up on my laptop, which isn't great. That's the best one I can get. Okay. Alright, so Bomb Island right here. It's... oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm really hoping none of this is popping up on your end. I'm getting a bunch of pop-ups I don't want. Thank you. Right. So, first things first, as always, we have little fishman. Oh god, it's chugging a bit now. This is Bomb Island. Little rocks are supposed to represent the things you would blow up to navigate Bomb Island. Yeah, we might have some more slowdown coming forward because I'm starting to run out of battery bit by bit. Come on, we're really not far off now. Just lasting me a bit longer for laptop. What battery are we on? What percent are we on? 50. Yeah, no, actually we're not as bad as I thought. No, we're alright. We can do this. Okay, let me show the image of Bomb Island first. Get this across. Bomb Island. Shaped like a bomb. You can see like the little top bits like the fuse. It goes around into a round shape. You've got a post box. A bunch of different rocks around that you would blow up to navigate the island. You got some trees. There's also a merchant which isn't shown on this image. This is the last island that has the Goron merchant. Yeah. And you get a piece of heart as well, I should mention, from the main cave. So you can see we've got our Goron. This is like the little fuse bit. This goes up into the round part of the island, which is the main part. Got a post box there. So the island itself is pretty self-explanatory. Like, I feel like it doesn't... I mean, I'll show it again. That's the island there. And that's the island. So the main island bit, not the most interesting. The more interesting part is other things. So here we have, for example, in the middle of the ocean, there's a treasure chart that leads to a piece of heart. So I've put a little ring box there for that, for a chest in the water. This here is meant to be one of the little rafts that has little bokoblins on. Because if you look, it is one of the merchant rafts, but it looks a bit like that. That has a bokoblin floating around just off the side of it. But the most interesting part is this here. So originally there's a submarine just to the side of Bomb Island that would give you a bottle. So naturally I've put a jar there to represent the bottle. But if we go inside of Pekoe's house, thankfully she's actually in, unlike most of my villagers, we will see the submarine. So this is to replicate the idea of the submarine, where you fight a bunch of bokoblins, you get a empty bottle. Don't mind, don't mind her, Pekoe. She's wearing my Link outfit though, that's really cute. But yeah, so there's like barrels around. There's also some little annoying rat enemies in this area, so that's why I have the little hamster cage. But yeah, I figured I wasn't doing anything with the house, because quite frankly, Pekoe is my least favourite neighbour in this town. Like, I love everyone on my island. Pekoe's the only one I haven't quite clicked with. She's cute, but like, everyone else has like something more to them for me that I really like. Like, there's just something special about all my other neighbours. I'll just show it off quickly who's on my island while I'm here. Cal and Freya are my two favourite neighbours in all of Animal Crossing. They're adorable little wolf couple. They're so cute. I've made a little romantic garden for them, and I love them. I ship them. Cherry, I love. She's a pink little dog. She was my first neighbour along with Flip the monkey, but Cherry was a keeper. We've met her already. Apple, we've met. Little cute hamster. I love hamsters and rodents, so I was like, I absolutely need a hamster villager, and she's the cutest one by far. Avery fit really well. He moved onto my island quite late, and I feel like he just fit in really well with what my island's about. Rolled, adorable penguin. I love penguins. One of our favourite animals in the world. And he reminds me of a Prinny from Disgaea, so I really got fond of Rolled. Pietro the clown sheep. My girlfriend hates him. I love him. He's adorable. People who don't like Pietro just don't understand Pietro. He's just an artist. He's just a fun little clown, just spreading joy to others. I love Pietro. He's wonderful. I feel like he's very split, though, to be fair. Some people hate him online. I've seen people say he's the most unlikable neighbour and other people love him. I'm on the side of I love him, but I get why you might not like him, because he is a clown. Judy is amazing. My absolute favourite of the newest villagers in New Horizons, and I'm really glad that I got her quite early on. Bakoi, just, she's fine. She's just not as interesting as these other ones. And Bruce, I didn't mind Bruce. I did actually nearly let him leave before, and then he was just really nice, and he was just chill, and I feel like he just fits Salvatore so well as a guy, like, for that spot of my island. I just had to keep him. Also, while I'm here, you can see the dream address. If anyone wants to visit my island, that's what you put into when you go to your... If you go to sleep on any bed on your island, I think it has to be your... Yeah. If you go to sleep on a bed, you can visit dream addresses, so you can see other people's islands without having to actually travel there directly. So this is my dream address. If you want to, I don't know, screenshot it, or if you want to just write it down or whatever. If you ever want to visit this island and have a little wander around yourself. There you go. But anyway, we have more islands to see, more islands to visit. But I figure I'll show that off because that is important to my island right now, because it's part of Wind Waker. It's the little submarine section. So our next island's going to be Bird Peak Rock, which you'll be happy, like, we only have 2 more rows after this, which will include a few islands that'll be skipped and other islands that I will have to talk about. Thanks again, though, for watching this. It's fun. Like, I finally get to just get this all out, because whenever I have people visit my island, I always have to explain everything. Now that I could just say, just watch my video, just watch my video. If anyone asks, what's this for, what's this for, just watch my video. I'll just say that now. I will also just cover this quickly. I decided to put another Zelda area around my island. So, if you've ever played Majora's Mask, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which was my last live stream I did, by the way, this is the milk bar. I've tried to recreate the milk bar. So we've got the fish guy, for the Zora. Little pictures of each of the 4 races. Some drum, saxophone, ocarina. You can get some milk, sit down with friends, chill out, got some music. Yeah, I figured it was a fun little place to make. Yeah, that's that. I'm not going to bother with my mail, because I want to just get a move on with this. Kyle! Oh my god, Kyle! Hello! My favourite neighbour. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. Oh, yay, Kyle. Anyway, so this is Bird Peaks Rock. Did I actually get the thing? I need to just check. I've put it right behind my Disgaea area, which I didn't make the Disgaea area until I did this, so that's why the Disgaea area I just decided to do because I wanted something from Disgaea. But this is Bird Peaks Rock. So there are 2 sections to this island. There's a section you can't walk on that's just all mountains with some switches and bird nests, which has like these evil crow enemies on. And then I've made that too big. I'll stretch it out too awkwardly. Let me move that up. And then there's the grassy part that you can walk on that has a post box, an entryway into where you can get a Triforce piece that's like barred off until you hit all the switches. And that's about it. So how have I done this island? Well, we have 5 pillars with 5 switches, with an evil angry bird on top, over water, and then we have a little grassy section here with a stone wall and a jail cell barring it off, with the Triforce piece there as well, behind the bars. Again, it's not... oh no, it's actually you get a chart. You don't get a piece, you get a map instead of here. But the reason why I've done that and actually barred it off is I feel like it looked more interesting to have a sectioned off area you can't actually go and get. Interact with the thing. This is it from behind. This is the comparison. Like I say, it's not a very exciting one to do, Bird Peaks Rock, but yeah, this makes the most sense for me, why I did it, and how I've done it. Just, it's a smaller section, but I feel like it gets across what I'm sort of going for here. Alright. So, yeah. That's Bird Peaks Rock. And that is the end of the 5th row. So there are 2 rows left. We have... 2 rows left. And how many islands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 islands that need talking about, and 1 island that doesn't really need talking about. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort bits out here. Where's the... Okay, hang on. Okay. Next island we'll be going to is Diamond Step Island. Or Diamond Steppy Island, as I call it. Because it's got a weird E thrown in there. Diamond Steep or Step. I think, like, I found out when I was looking up this island, it's actually a mistranslated name. It was supposed to be Diamond Step, but they put an extra... I think they just didn't quite get the translation right and just put the extra P and E there. I mean, we have, like, step as in PPE, but it's a different meaning to step as in just STEP. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just checking I've done the right thing. Wrong thing. Right, that's that one. Sorry. I know I'm pausing a bit here and there, but it's just to sort the images and things out. Let's go over to Diamond Step Island. Yeah, you can see with all the stuff I've got on my island as well that things will just pop in here and there. But yeah. But we are in the home stretch, people. Just going to try and knock these last ones out. Other way. So this is Needle Rock. Next to Needle Rock. I have put it next to Needle Rock because it is directly southern of Needle Rock, so close enough. This is Diamond Step Island. This is actually one of my favourites, just for similarity. I think this is one of the most similar ones I've done. You'll see in a second why. When it wants to load, please. So... this is the original Diamond Step Island. It's shaped similar to a diamond. You get the ghost ship chart here. I'll leave the image here while I talk about it. And basically, the idea is you hook shot up the trees to go higher up. So I've put some vines to try and recreate that. I've put a little symbol of the ghost ship because this is where you actually get the ghost ship chart. So that's why there's a map and a little hole to go inside of that's on the top. I could have put another tree, but it's awkward spacing trees on higher platforms. We've got a little choo-choo enemy at this end, and that's all it is you just climb down. But what I really like about the way I've done this is how I've done the water. I feel like it really does look like that waterfall shape. The only problem is, because Nux is right behind, spacing-wise, I couldn't make this a little pond top like I wanted to. But I still think it works for what I'm going for. Like, so if you just look side by side at the water, the way it like flows down on a side, it goes down into like a little river bit on the bottom. And I feel like for limited space that I've got here, it makes sense. Also, I've put this as like a stone path because it's to replicate the idea that this is on a higher level stone bit. But yeah, so I feel like that sort of explains why I've done that. For my Diamond Step Isle. But yeah, that's Diamond Step Isle. Not much more to say about that one. Our next one is another basic one. Five Eye Reef, which I can just show right here. There's Five Eye Reef. 5 eyes. It is a reef indeed, just like all my other reefs. 5 Eye Reef. The next island we're going to is Shark Island. Now, I'll be honest about Shark Island. I think it was the hardest one to get the shape right. And I kind of was a bit lazy with Shark Island because, I mean, I'll show you in a second. All I have to say is, trying to make a map on a square tile-based game like Animal Crossing in the shape of a shark is not easy. So and especially when you've got limited space to work with as well. Well, I'll just show you. Let's just go to Shark Island. I think the nice thing I'm thinking about as well is that while I'm going to places, people can be looking at my islands, getting excited for me to be. Anyone who likes Wind Waker can be like, oh, look, this is that thing. So yeah, this is Shark Island. I was very lazy because I just threw the words Shark Island. I was like, I don't know if people will get it's Shark Island, so I'm going to just chuck that there. But anyway. Alright, let me get up Shark Island. Shark Island. I will work... Next time I do a video like this, I'll work on trying to make it easier to lay it out. To do this quicker. But this is Shark Island in Wind Waker. As you can see, it's shaped like a shark. The fins out, some fire, there's a little Korok, there's the switches as well. So this is meant to be the different switches you hit. So you've got... Hang on, let me just stretch it out so you can really like get a look at the switches. So you've got a block with bushes, you've got a little stone tablet telling you what to do. There's another switch above that one. There's the ring of fire that has the hole for doing that, for hitting all the switches. There's a hammer switch, and there's also a step-on switch where you stand on it with iron boots. There's another hole as well, and there's a Korok. So I've got my little block switch here, which you click in, like any other clicking switch. There's a switch here to replicate the one, a light switch here, something you click on. This is for the hammer switch. And for the iron boots one, I figured a stool with some footprints would get across the idea that you stand on it. In this case you sit on it, but I figure it close enough. Put a little choo-choo enemy. This is supposed to be like the rocky path divider bit. Admittedly, not the cleanest looking bit, but I couldn't really figure out how to better show that off. Maybe I can mess around with the spacing in the future. But yeah, and then that's supposed to be like the little, this is supposed to be like the fin part there. The thing I find weird about this island though is the top is completely blank. There's nothing on the top, so what it ends up with is just this awkward shape at the top that doesn't actually do anything, but I've had to put in there because it's in the island. But yeah, that's Shark Island in the original, and this is my version, trying to recreate the idea of it. This narrow island that has a bunch of different switches. Alright, so that's Shark Island. Next, Southern Fairy Island. Southern Fairy Island, where's that one? Ah yes, I know where Southern Fairy Island is. It's on the south. I have put it south, right on the beach. Southern Fairy Island is this one right here. So this one has a fence that you need to blow up. So I've put a little fence in there to show you blow that up. We've got purse box, the little coconut tree. I've put some choo-choos here as well on the floor. Little blob enemies you fight, as always. There's a piece of heart in the water nearby Southern Fairy Island, so that's why I've got a little piece of heart here. Yes, that's why we have that. And this is for there. This teleport isn't actually for Southern Fairy Island, it's for Outset Island, so don't get that confused. But yeah, that's Southern Fairy Island. Right. Next. Yeah, like I say, Fairy Islands are pretty straightforward. Tried to make it heart-shaped. I don't think it's quite there, but it's... Some of these islands I just sort of had to accept what they are for what they are. Like, I can only do detail so long before eventually I can't really fit the detail in, if that makes sense. Like, I think by island, like, 40... I don't know what this is. Quick maths. 7 by 7, that's 48. No, it's 40... I'm pretty sure it's 48 islands. 7 by 7... 49. It must be 49 islands. I thought it was 48. I don't know why I thought that. Yeah, 49. By island... 7.2128. 39. By island 39, you sort of get less creative. If I'm wrong about the island number, I'm sorry. That is me on the fly. 40, not 49, no, 42. 42 or 40, or whatever. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, the next island is Ice Ring Isle, which is... this island changed quite a bit, actually, because I had it one way and I wasn't very happy with it. Decided to mix it up a bit. So that's what the original looks like. Let me just go to Ice Ring Isle. Where are we? Now, the good thing about this island is it's very easy to find on mine because it's ice. And it's the only ice island in the game. So this is Ice Ring Isle. So, first of all, I had to try find a compromise. Do I do the ice blocks that you jump on or not? The closest thing I could think to do was these little stools. So it's like you hop off that to hop off here. Maybe I could do that as like, get rid of the ice there. But I like having the ice all around. It gives a really nice blue colour. This little mini dungeon, I guess you could call it, gives you the iron boots. There is actually a dungeon inside the dungeon, but I didn't bother with that because I feel like there's enough going on here. The dragon head thing that's like made of rock, the closest thing I could think of was the stone lion statue here. So it's like an intimidating stone statue of some sort. That's basically it. Trying to like find a way to show that. Also, the fans are here because the iron boots prevent you from being blown away. And so when you're coming out of the cave, there's a bit with wind. And also, the statue is blowing icy wind at first, so that's why they're blue. Until you shoot a fire arrow at it, and then you get a bit of time to go inside. But yeah, so that's Ice Ring Isle. Next is another big one. Probably, I'd say the biggest one I've redesigned. The biggest change I've had of any island on Animal Crossing. Well, of my... how do I explain this? The biggest change of a mini island on my Animal Crossing island, I guess, is the best way I can explain it. This will be Forest Haven, which is where you get the second dungeon item. It's where the second dungeon is, and it's where the Great Deku Tree. It's the second dungeon, and also where you meet the Great Deku Tree. So I had to make sure this was a big, important area. So first of all, to get there, we want to go down here, south of the Southern Triangle Island. So let me just get the image up. As with all my islands, we want to just have a reference point. For everyone to see what I've done. Okay, this is Forest Haven. This is Island. No, it's just Forest Haven. Forest Haven. So it's a giant tree, and there's another big thorny tree behind there that is like separated by a couple platforms that take you to Forbidden Woods, which is the dungeon. This is just the Forest Haven part. So it's basically like two islands in one, again, like mother and child. So you start off on this little bit where the post box is. If you see that little tiny bit of red near where the boat is. You go up there, fight some little plant enemies, jump across the water bits, grapple across there as well, into the tree, meet all the tree people and the Great Deku Tree, help find the little Korok tree person who got trapped in the Forbidden Woods, and then he plays a little violin, they all dance and are happy, and then the Great Deku Tree gives you the second Sacred Pearl that you're going to need for the game. So yeah, so to replicate that, we have our starting point, the little island bit that has the post box. You have the little plant enemy here. So I've done a Venus fly. Someone made a Venus flytrap design, which I thought was quite good for them. So I've put one there. I don't believe I put another one down there, but it doesn't matter because you can't really see it. We've got the vine that you climb up here. Then to navigate, you got to jump across here. There's a little this is meant to be like an Octorok that shoots the rocks at you, so I just use an octopus for that. You climb up here and enter the Forest Haven. This is the Great Deku Tree. Someone did a design for him as well, which I'm glad because it makes this easy to show. Now I've got a little violin there, which is for Makar, who's like the main little Korok that you meet. But obviously, they all look very similar, so I wanted to use the leaf mask for all the Koroks. So you might be wondering, why have I done this exact number? Why are there 8 leaf masks and then 2 there? Well, the 8 are supposed to represent the 8 that are around the world, that go around the world, putting the trees in different places, and then you help sprout them with the water here. Which is why it was also important I had to use actual water here, to give the idea that the water's important. And it creates that platforming section. I also used the little glowing moss because I feel like it looks like the special grass and makes this look more sacred. But they're the 8 island Koroks, and then the 2 that are left are the potion shop one here, who behind him I've put the Deku leaf that you get that lets you fly around. But I put a little potion for his potion shop. And Makar, who has his little music here. So I figure that's the best way to show that's Makar. And then for the Deku Tree himself, we've got this big giant tree design, which I thought was quite... the Deku Tree design, which I thought was good. And we got this big tree item that I figure fit him the best. And I put a little peach ball here to represent the Sacred Orb again. So that's the first half of Forest Haven. I changed this because it was originally just a little island that had just the forest part, but I felt like, to me, Forest Haven is more than just the little island. It's also getting there. and it's obviously the dungeon itself. So I didn't want to just cram it onto that, and I thought I can do this so much better, and I'm really proud because I feel like now it stands out a lot better. So this is what you would normally do is you in Forest Haven you would platform inside the tree area to a bit that to like a higher bit with the leaf, and it would take you to this back bit here where you'd talk to this Korok, he'd tell you about the wind direction and that, and you'd use your leaf to jump across here. Then this one here, I've put a little tornado pattern here because you need to catch the wind in Wind Waker to fly across here and make it into the Forbidden Woods, which is the dungeon, which is covered by thorns, but I wanted you to still be able to access the area, so that's why I've done it as an entry bit here, but thorns around the rest of it, with the giant vines. I could have used the brown ones, but I figured that the dark green ones fit a forest more. But we've got a little choo-choo enemy, we've got, because this is the dungeon that introduces the green ones. We've got the starting potion. I've got a little scarlet moth here, which I caught a sunset moth, which I caught earlier, coincidentally, which is to represent the moth enemy you fight in this dungeon. And then I made this little boomerang design based on the Wind Waker design of the boomerang, because I couldn't find any boomerang I liked for a design. And the Wind Waker one is rounded. It's not actually a very sharp boomerang, so I wanted to like recreate that as the item you get in the dungeon. This is the cauldron that would teleport you to the end of the dungeon. Someone made this really cool hat design that is based off the second boss in Wind Waker, which is like this giant plant. And if you look at it back, like upside down, you can see it like all opened up, which I really like that. That's the best way I could represent the second boss, thankfully. Someone actually made the design for me. And then you get the heart container for finishing it. Just down there is the little... that's my little garden for Freya and Kyle, who are my little romantic couple on the island, because I love them both. But yeah, so just to show off again, this is the original Forest Haven. Big tree, thorns on the forbidden one. And this is my Forest Haven. So yeah. What's the next island? So then the last island on this row, the penultimate row, is the Cliff Plateau Isles. Let me tell you, this was not an easy one to do. Oh, come on. Sorry. No. Gosh darn it. Cliff. Alright. So technically this is another one that you could count as multiple islands, but on the map it is officially counted as one island and they're all connected, so I call it one island. It is what it is. So let's go to the Cliff Plateau Isles, which is, as with as many of my coast islands as possible, also right on the coast as well. So we're gonna go past this. Don't worry, I will go over this last bit. Like, I will go over my last ones very shortly. We are getting to the end now. It's been a very long stream. I appreciate everyone who's stuck by. And even people who have just popped in, watched a bit and gone, it's not for me, or even just, yeah, but this is too long. Like, that's fair. You can always rewatch this anytime and, like, just skip to bits and see, or watch the whole thing if you want, see where we're at with things. So this is Cliff Plateau Isles. Unfortunately, it's another beach island, so I couldn't actually put them on the cliffs, just because of space. I know I'm saying that a lot this video, but space really is the biggest hurdle I've had to overcome. Bear in mind, I wanted to do the bug area, and it's sort of my own fault for wanting these other areas as well as just Wind Waker, but Animal Crossing New Horizons is such a good creative outlet that I just wanted to put more things on my island. And this is sort of the cost. So this is Cliff Plateau Isles. The idea with this island is you jump over different sections, navigate your way to this small island with just behind the first tree by the post box. There's an island that has a hole. You would go through the hole to gain access to the second half of the island where that other tree is, and you'd go up that little cliff bit. So obviously I can't use cliffs in on a beach. So what I've done instead is I've tried to use like the hedge maze fencing to create the idea of different sections as well as the grass pattern. So you start on this section at the bottom, like that little section with the flowers. Then you would jump over to this section, the next section that has the tree. And then you would jump over to the bit that has a hole, which is the ear. And then you'd go over to there, through the hole would take you out here. And again, because I couldn't really section this off very well because of the size of some of these items, and I've put the coconut tree there, some rupees in a chest up there, and then the little Korok, because there is actually a Korok on that spot as well as the chest. So I figure those two things just sort of made sense to me for what I could do for the island. Not a very complex one, but I tried to just make it work with the limited space and the beach. Because the beach in Animal Crossing is very restrictive in what you can do. Surprisingly. But yeah, so that is my... Oh, I forgot the name of it already. Cliff Plateau Isles. So again, that's the original. And mine, just for side by side, if you want to have a quick look at that. I would have loved to have done this when Animal Crossing was first coming out, by the way, but this took years to build this island up. So the next island will be Horseshoe Isle, and I need to go all the way across to the other side of my island, of course. We are on the final row there now, so we're wrapping up. We are getting towards the end. We've just got 7 more islands. Yeah, we've got 7 more islands to go through. 7 more, people. Okay. So, Horseshoe Island is another one of these, like, sort of minigame islands, you could call them, where they have, like, a little challenge to overcome that rewards you. But yeah. Let me just clear that up. I should also mention Kyle and Freya, their houses I haven't changed too much, because I didn't want them to relate to Animal Crossing. They're sort of their own thing. I wanted to use other characters. But yeah, come on. Sorry, I'm trying to... Wait. Oh, no, don't tell me I didn't... Hold on, sorry. Hang on, sorry, just checking something. Just bear with me. Oh, what the? No, okay, hang on. Come on. Had it so good, and it's just flubbed up here. Give it a moment. Come on. Hey, there we go. Alright, Horseshoe Island. Let's go. So, as you can see, shaped like a horseshoe. Hence the name. And it's basically like a little mini game of golf, where you have to knock the little seeds into the holes where the flags are, and that unlocks more and more of the island, which is the reason you can't just walk around the island is because the bits near the holes are blocked by vines that pop up when you get near them. There's a platform in the middle and a little cave system. So let's see how I have done this one. So for the seeds, I decided to use pumpkins because they're quite harsh-looking, like sharp-looking sharp-looking vegetables. Fruits, actually. Pumpkins are a fruit. But either way, they're very. They look quite good for like the brownish seeds I needed. So the idea is you would supposedly knock them into each of the holes, and that would open up each part. I used the little vine benches to represent the vines that come out of the ground, because as good as the giant vine is, it's too giant for this. And yeah, you get a piece of heart on this island, so I figure I'll put the little heart piece and a little heart thing on there. There's a Mr. Ho-Oh on this island as well. And just to show it quickly here, you can see at this end bit where Mr. Ho-Oh is, there's also like 3 bushes around, so I grew them in that section to just try and get the shape right. But yeah, I also tried to make sure this island was you can only go one way. And just to separate the water a bit more, I could have done the Wind Waker water pattern, but sometimes, sometimes you want to just use that actual water in Animal Crossing to help with the shape. So that's why I've got that special water there. But yeah, so that's my Horseshoe Island, and that's the that's the original. Just side by side quickly. Sorry, I'm trying to get like a good look at it. I guess that's the best way to do it, yeah. Again, it's not a perfect shape, but it is a tiny bit back, so I've tried to do that for the horseshoe shape. But alright. Where are we up to next? I believe the next island, yes, is Outset Island. I'm sure everyone who expected me to start with this island has been waiting for me to talk about it. And right off the bat, I'm just going to say, I wouldn't expect everything to be perfect. I wouldn't expect this island to be as deeply detailed as you may like. I think this is an island I would love to see someone make a full version of in Animal Crossing, because I think you definitely could do it. Although the only issue is the houses. You'd have to find a way around that. But hey, that's your challenge. So what I've gone for instead... Oh, sorry. Microphone fell. What I've gone for is sections in a similar area. In a general area to try and create this island. So for Outset Island, I have sort of... You could call it 3 sections. I'll call it 3 or 4 sections. But let me get it up so we can have a good look at it together. Alright. Oh god, that's really like squashed. Alright. So, Outset Island. This is what we've got to work with. There is a lot to it. There's a lot of sections to the island. So, there's obviously the lookout tower where you start the game, and your sister gives you a telescope. There's Grandma's house at the other side of the island, near where you get... The other house near Grandma's teaches you how to use a sword. The house on the hill above that is where you deliver a pig for a woman. The house at the other end, there's nothing special about that house, really. The guy just wants you to cut some grass outside for him. You go up to the top of Outset Island there, across the rickety bridge, go into the forest, which has a fairy fountain inside that gives you a wallet upgrade. And then on a separate island, there is this little rock. Behind Grandma's house, there's a cliff that has a little rock that actually has the hero trials and gives you a Triforce piece there. You can also see there's a beetle boat. There's some boats on the beach itself, as well as some crabs, and there's different characters. So there's a lot to do to show and represent on Outset. So what I've gone for is Grandma's house is my first little section here. I've mixed it with Orca, who is the guy that teaches you how to use a sword, and I've put a little bamboo stick to represent like his spear that he would use. I might eventually put a shark model here just to make it a clearer divide. But this is Grandma's house and Orca's house basically sort of meshed together. So this is supposed to be just Orca here with his little shorts and spear he uses. But for Grandma's house, we have a bit more going on. So obviously we've got to have Grandma. You can't have Grandma's house without Grandma. So there she is, right in front of her little jug. And of course, her iconic soup, the wonderful soup she makes. She of course has to have things to make it with, so she has a little soup pot. And she has an oven to keep herself nice and warm as well. A little chair for her to sit down in. This is supposed to be like the little lookout to her house. She has like a little wooden railing, which you can actually crawl under and find a secret chest. So I've done the railing this side. I've put the post box there because I needed to put it somewhere on Outset, and I figured here was a good spot. But behind her house, like underneath her house, is actually a secret chest with 20 rupees. So I figured this was a good place to put it, like as a secret little "ooh, look, you found it" thing. Rather than trying to squeeze it at the front. But yeah, so this little wooden bit is first section of Outset. It obviously, Needle Rock here kind of meshes with it, so just bear that in mind. This is the second part though. This is for the lookout tower, so I'll just pop that back up there a second. The wooden lookout tower as a climb up. So for the lookout tower here, I've put the little telescope because this is what you get. This is where she likes to look out and where the seagulls go with your sister. I could have put her up here, but I feel like she spends more of the game in prison than she does here. So as mean as it is, I've put the sister in the jail cell on Forsaken Fortress instead. This is the teleport pipe for... It must be for Outset then. Oh yeah, for Outset, yeah, so there is one for Southern Fairy Island, never mind. There is a teleport pipe for Southern Fairy Island. I forgot about that. There's another standee of Link here that I found online, which was cute, and I thought it was a good thing to put on the island. This is then to represent the woods. Like, this section here is a bit of a mix of the woods here, the fairy fountain there that's blocked by a boulder, and this here is supposed to represent the hero trial, which is why I put the Triforce piece in front of that. I know the woods should be over here, the forest sign, but I'd have to figure out how I can, like, shuffle the two. I think what I'd have to just do is shuffle the two bits around, but the size of the fairy fountain makes it difficult, so I've kind of just gone for a general idea of it. But yeah, so that's like these two sections. And then the last section here is for the pig pen. I figured I need to put the pig somewhere, so I made a little pig pen. This is the woman that gives you the pig. I put a little bait box here, like it's like a box of seeds, just to represent that if you put some bait here, the pig will dig the bit of sand there, and then you get a piece of art for it. These are the two brothers, so you've got the two sons of that pig woman. So she's got the one who always has his nose drip, so we have to have the nose drip, of course, there. And the little kid that has the stick, his brother. So I figure that would fit there. We've got a little bottled ship here as well. And that's it. That's Outset Island. So, as you can see, I've tried to sort of fit everything in as best as I can, despite the fact there are definitely problems. I also put Outset as the first island you see when you arrive on my island, because, well, you come out from the pier. It's at the bottom of the island, so it made sense to me to be at the bottom. You walk up to the pier, you come to this bit, and it's like, oh, there's the lookout and everything. I could have admittedly spaced things out different in hindsight, and I think if I'd planned this from the start, maybe I could have sectioned it off and done a lot more planning on where everything was going. But I figure Outset sort of come together and makes more sense the more I've built my island up. But yeah, that's Outset Island. So just one last comparison. So that's the original. And then we've got the lookout tower. We've got the woods and the pig pen bit. And Grandma's house over there. So we only have now 1, 2, 3. We have 4 islands to go. We can do this, people. 4 islands. The next island is Headstone Island, which is also the Earth Temple. So, as with the Gale Island, which also has the Gale Island also has the the Wind Temple in. I've made sure to include things about the Earth Temple as well as just Headstone Island, because if I just did Headstone Island, it would be a very boring part of my island. But Headstone Island is, as with all of these islands, right on the bottom coast. So that's Southern Fairy. Here we are, Headstone Island. So let's get up our image. When I can go to it. There we are. Alright. Headstone Island. Headstone Island. Here we are. Here we are. This is one of my favourite ones I've done just for, like, the amount I fit in. So, first of all, a little look at Headstone. There's not a lot to see. Basically, the entrance is blocked by a headstone. A stone head. It's on a beach as well. It's very rocky. And it's a bit of cobblestone when you're going up into the temple. And the temple itself is very cobblestoney. So, basically, yeah, that's all there is there. So the way I've done this is the entrance is this Moe statue. I decided that some stone ruins and a Moe statue would make it look more special than the other island, Stonewatcher Island, that also has a big headstone on it. This is the end of the dungeon. This is... the boss of the dungeon is Jalhalla, who's like this ghost creature. So I've put him over here with the piece with the heart container. There is also, however, a piece of heart on Headstone Island that is just on top of one of the cliff bits. So I've just put the little piece of heart on the floor here. This is to represent this at the start of the dungeon, the potion. We have our usual fish man there. Click his light on. Right. There you go. We have the other sage, which I can't remember. I think her name is Laruta, which she's a Zora sage that protects the temple. That's how we have that. You get the mirror shield in the dungeon, but to get it, you have to beat the mini-boss Stalfos, which I think this skeleton works really well for the Stalfos enemy. I also like that he actually moves a bit. And there's also these enemies which are basically floating skulls with like red fire around them. So to try and recreate that idea, I grabbed the throwback skull radio to get like a floating skull. And the signs pod with red bubbles, I figure for a bubble enemy, it makes sense. And it looks a little bit like he's like flamed. Obviously the signs tube does make it look a bit too modern. But I feel like it kind of gets the idea of this evil skeletal ghost creature. I would fit more enemies here, but quite frankly, I just don't have room. So that's what the original looks like, Headstone Island. And this is what mine is, including the Earth Temple as well. Now, thankfully, the very next island is next door on a reef, Two-Eye Reef, which has the big octa, which gives you double magic. So I've put a great fairy there to show that, and 2 eyes, just like that, and a piece of heart as well, because I'm pretty sure there is a piece of heart in the water there. Now we get the island I was the most unsatisfied with for so long, and has become one of my favourite ones, thanks to some help from my girlfriend and me basically mashing our heads together to think of how do we do this island? How do we make angular isles? What do you do for angular isles when it's a bunch of block pushing? How do you do that in a game like Animal Crossing? Like, represent that? And my solution was this wonderful little cube item. Also, this is wrong. This should be water. Apologies. Why there's sand here? I guess I must have accidentally kicked it up. There you go. That's better. So, the first bit of Angular Isles is the little tree that you grapple up to here. So, you normally would use the hook shot to get up to this, go through the hole, and then that would then take you up to... It gets you something, I think. I don't think it actually does take you up Angular Isles. But yeah. But the main attraction of this island is the block pushing. So the idea is you would pull these blocks that I'm showing now, and you'd climb up higher and higher on the mount onto the dungeon until you were able to eventually get to the top of the island and open the chest. There is also a choo-choo in there, which is why I've put a little choo-choo pattern on the floor. I put a little chest and that in there. But yeah, you do get a heart piece in there, but I figured just because of like spacing everything out, I just put the heart piece down here with a chest in the water and just represent it that way. That you get a piece of heart on this island in some way. But yeah, so this is just a custom pattern I made to replicate the blocks. If you're interested, I can always put it out there. But yeah, so I wanted to try and make it walled in and like actually feel like a block pushing puzzle. So I just basically made it like a big wall of them, of like cube lights. And then I put it on the floor as well, so you can get another look at that there. Where the idea would be you pull it and push it to get it to the chest. And then I've got the little choo-choo there. I could do more if I had more space and I had like more idea of how to make this like a bigger thing, but I feel like this island, more so than any of my other ones, really gets the look of the island down. Like, for how difficult it is to create a block push puzzle, I think this small little 4x4 square makes sense what it is, just from the look of it. And then this one here, with all the blocks and everything, I feel like you get an idea of, oh, these are like blocks, like in Zelda. Like, especially because of I think the custom pattern brings it all to life, this island. Because before it was just all flat on the floor like this, like just a little grass pattern, and I felt like it was really boring, and it felt like a waste of an island. Whereas now I look at this and I say, this is Angular Isles, this is what it was meant to look like. Just a quick side-by-side of that side. And then this side. But yeah, that is Angular Isles. So, we have 2 islands left. The boating course and the 5-star isles. So, bear with us people, we are right at the end here. Boating course. Again, I do have like houses and things of the designs of my neighbour's house, but quite frankly, I just don't have the time today to do that, to show it all off. But the dream address is on the stream. If you ever wanted to like have a little bit more of a look around. This video is more to explain everything. You know, I should really get the last one as well while I'm here. This is more than anything else. This video's purpose is to get across everything. The island, why everything is where it is on the island. And then because I feel like I always have to try and explain every little detail, which is fine. Like I don't mind doing it. It's just there's a source out here now. It's out there to finally show people what I've been working on, and I'm really proud of my island. Like there's a lot that could be changed. There's a lot that could be edited. I know it's very cramped, and there's things that I could probably get rid of to free up space and make my game chug a bit less. But quite frankly, I think when you've designed an island as much as this, it just becomes something special. Like, I don't know what I would do on the next Animal Crossing, but I definitely wouldn't do another Wind Waker island. Not because I don't love Wind Waker, but because, quite frankly, this was a huge workload to do. I mean, I've enjoyed every second of designing it, but it's been a lot of work to try and get it where it is. And I know it could still be improved. There's so many more things I could do. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to put this over this side, actually, because it's not a very big island. I don't need to show that side. So, the boating course. Our penultimate island. But it's certainly not being skipped over, although it's not a super detailed one. So, I'll put it there for now. So, as per boating course, we have, of course, the actual course, of course. So, the ribbon here is meant to represent the finish line, the start and finish line there. And you would go around the course, avoiding some barrels in your boat. So, I've put a little boat there, so this is clear it's a boat course. So, barrels there. We've got the man in the pale top who sets up the game. We've got some grass patterns, some barrels like there is on the island there. And then across the way is another island that has a hole in the ground. So that's what we've got there. Not a lot to say, that's the boating course. It's a very basic one. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the boating course. And last, probably least, just because it's not very creatively named, not because it's, I mean, it's not really like special, but the final island, regardless, is 5-Star Isles. 5-Star Isles is our 48th island. That is how it looks originally. Now, I have changed the way it was shaped because it was fine the way it was, but I don't know, I kind of liked it being as a 5 shape. I think 5-Star Isles, shape it as a 5. I could make it more accurate by technically doing the shape proper. By having like, maybe I could do like a pillar instead of stone rocks for where you can move around. But yeah, there's a chest in the water, and that's about it. There's really nothing to 5-Star Isles. It's one of the least used islands in the game. But yeah, that is my final island in Wind Waker. That is all 48 islands in Wind Waker. Again, it's very much been a big project working on all of this. Just take that off there now. Like, I've worked on this for years, and I figure everyone's always asked me about the islands. Everyone's always wanted me, like, whenever I've talked to people, like, on group, when I say everyone, I'm talking about, like, friends and, like, people who have been to my island on, like, different pages on Facebook and things that I use that are Animal Crossing or Zelda related. Everyone really likes my island. Or they think it's interesting, at least, because of how much has gone into it. But yeah, that is my Animal Crossing Legend of Zelda Wind Waker Island. Yeah, so I'm not gonna really do another. I don't think I'll do another part on this. If I do anything, maybe I could do just like a quick little, like a tiny stream or something, just to playing Animal Crossing in general and talking about houses that I didn't get to talk about here. Just for quick reference, who I didn't get to show off. Wrong button. There were just a couple of houses I didn't show off, so just to quickly go over what is inside them. Freya and Kyle are just their own houses. Cherry we've already seen with a photo shop. Apple has a bomb shop, so I decorated it like the bomb shop in Wind Waker, so it's just got like a little stall counter, some barrels and explosive things in the back. To sort of give a look of like a bomb shop. Avery is like the rich house, so I've put some like special sparkly pots with like the sparkle effect on them, and like it's basically just the auction area with some flowers in there. Pietro has the cafe, so he's got like just a little bar area and little seating area in there. Basically just a little cafe. Road's got a little potion bit. I've tried to like make the lighting a little bit more smoggy. The dream address is up while I'm talking about this as well. So again, if you want to use that dream address to visit and check these out for yourself, you can do. But yeah, he's got like a potion shop inside. Pekoi, I've already shown off. The submarine. Judy. The school. She's got her little school there. Inside, so just basically like a cute little schoolroom, not much to say, classroom rather. And Bruce is the game room. So I've tried to make it look a little piratey while also still having like stuff for the minigame and stuff around his house. But yeah. But that is my Animal Crossing Windfall Island full tour live stream. Thank you very much for watching all of this stream. I know it's been a long part, like, well, not part, but just a long video, but this gets it all out there, just every detail explained, all the enemies, all the items, all the characters, everything I've thrown in. Leave comments in the comment section below about any additions, any advice, anything just in general for feedback that you've got about the island. Maybe you've been, maybe you haven't, like